I'm a bad motherfucker.
All hominids of Zio-slave planet Earth. If you can hear the sound of my voice, you are the resistance. All right. So here we go. Trying to fight off a little cold here. That's what you hear in my voice. It's an exhaustion thing, and yet when your body is weaker, you are more susceptible to various viruses. Oh, Bert, what are you talking about? Viruses are fake; they're not real. It's a psyop. Right. The flu's a psyop. It's not real. You don't get fucking sick. Doesn't happen. It's all fake. It's all in your mind, dude. You know, when you have those body aches and those cold chills and you're puking every hour when you have the fake flu, it's not real. That's all in your fucking mind. Now it tastes like matzah on a Shabbos evening, everyone. And shalom from my home. We're going to be joined by the rabbi in a little bit. And I just wanted to ask you guys something. Did you guys attend one of the two spaces yesterday? Did you see what happened? It's not like they're even, hiding it. I can't tell you the number of messages I got. I was kicked off. I was bumped off the space. I was removed. It says I was removed from this space, and we saw it. We were talking about it in real time. We had about 100 people in the room, and it drops down to 42. We get 90 people in the room. It drops down to 52. They can drop 40 or 50 people, like flipping a switch. Now, it's not like I'm not used to the fuckery and the suppression. I am. It does get old. I'm totally over it. I just wish we had an opportunity to have a clean space, right? No audio corruption. Nobody getting bumped off. The space not crashing. Why is this itsy bitsy account on the platform formerly known as Twitter, now X, with 7,100 and change followers? Why is this little itty bitty account being so censored and suppressed and throttled? I'll let you decide. Why don't you decide? Because you're not kosher, Bert. That's right. That's the number one reason we're not kosher. What's the second reason? We talk about shit that nobody else does, right? There's no gatekeeping here. We don't play along with the Steven Spielberg narrative, right? And also, we don't gatekeep for the boss of the cross. Big problem. Big problem. Or any of the other Abrahamic faiths. Okay? So you could say we've carved out a very unique niche, right? And what's going on in this world? It's all coming apart. Avdiivka is falling. The Eastern Front in Ukraine is fucking falling apart, right? As we told you it would. How many people? Oh no, Bert, the Russians are losing. They're running out of missiles. Didn't you hear didn't you watch the Talmud Vision tell you that they're running out of missiles? Oh, right. Yeah, sure. So all of this bullshit, and there's a lot of things I want to talk about. I want to catch us up on in terms of the state of the world. What's going on right now in terms of Gaza, in terms of the Houthis, in terms of the fucking airstrikes and the Iranian and Syrian Sunni Shia militias attacking U.S. bases, the warmongering pieces of shit, the war pigs in Washington, D.C. that just want to pound the drums of war, along with their collaborators and enablers in the media, the oligarchs. This is not a democracy. We live in an oligarchy, right? BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, they's in charge. Federal Reserve, right? Federal Reserve. Janet Yellen, Anthony Blinken, the cabal, the Kabbalists are in charge, right? That's what we're looking at, and we're going to examine all of this and much, much more. And then, if we have time, depending on how long I can go, how long my voice holds out, we're gonna do a very introspective look on the stark reality that confronts us, the evil in our midst, the vile pedophiles. Oh, Bert, that was debunked. The Pizzagate and James Alefantis and the Podesta brothers and the Comet Ping Pong was all bullshit. Didn't you hear? Oh, yeah, I heard. And that was a misdirect to create a fucking, satanic panic, put you into the fucking, muddy the waters of it to disprove it, right? To discredit the real pedo rings going on, not to exonerate any of those disgusting grotesques that were involved in the so-called Pizzagate scandal, because they're sus AF. Absolutely. Sus AF. It's not like they came out of this thing smelling like a rose, but when you had the Q-tards go after them and try to shoot up the place, right? Perfect scenario to piss all over Pizzagate, Pedogate, discredit it. And that was what that was all about. It was an operation. Okay. That's why it ran on the media. But we're going to show you that not only is that not a satanic panic nothing burger, but it's very much real. Very much real. Jeffrey Epstein, right? Fucking Kinkora Boys School, Bohemian Grove, the Presidio, right? All of these things, the Call Boy Brownstone operation in Washington, D.C., the conspiracy of silence, State Senator John DeCamp exposing child pedo rings from Boys Town, Nebraska, Father Flanagan, and the rest. It's a sordid, disgusting tale that needs to be told, because dumb fucks out there think it's satanic panic. It's not real, when it very much is real. It's as real as a heart attack. Let's go to AJ. You got something on your mind you want to get off? Go ahead, bro. Hello. Oh, I just muted everyone. Sorry about that. I unmute you. Hello. AJ, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on now? I had a quick question for you. I always get a kick out of the elder will serve the younger, but I wanted to understand what that actually really means. Are they saying that Jacob gave birth to Esau? Is that what they're saying?
No, they're saying the older Asaph will serve the younger brother Jacob. That's what they're saying.
So, who's the common father then? What are they saying? Who are
Isaac.
They saying? Oh, so they're saying white Europe is basically the children of Isaac,
right?
Through. Oh, okay.
Right. They're saying it's they were twin brothers. The firstborn was Asaph, who had the birthright, the inheritance. Do you know the story? The whole,
No.
the whole Jewish patriarchy story. It's sick, bro. It's sick. It's like he lies and steals and cheats.
Oh, I saw a little cartoon clip from Adam where apparently Jacob is he tricked his dad into giving him the birthright. You know, like it's all
Right.
like I don't understand how they how they kind of write that sort of deception into the whole thing and expect like God not to like that, just God overlooked that or something. But
no, God was on board with it. God loved, according to them, God loved Yaakov and hated Esau. So he was on board with it. It's a criminally insane fucking organization that we're dealing with. You get it?
Yeah. It just sounds like a ton of projection. But I was in the gym last week over the weekend, and I had a long conversation with this Christian evangelical guy who always wants to talk to me about Israel and end times prophecies and stuff like that. And I actually straight up asked him, I said, look, do you believe Jesus is God? He said, yes. I said, do you believe that they attempted to kill God or that they even killed God? I said, yeah. And then I said, and you still believe they're chosen, even though they attempted murder of God, or even you believe that they even killed God? I said, yeah. I said, you believe they're still chosen? He said, look, the covenant is eternal. God would never turn his back on them, or something like along those lines. And I said, do you understand what you're saying? You're saying that, God is going to be loyal to people who try to kill him or his son, or however you try to slice it. So I kind of thought that there, then he always wants to talk to me about LGBT and indoctrination in schools. And I told him, I said, the biggest sort of LGBT promotion comes out of Tel Aviv. All the pharmaceuticals that do the child chemical castration come out of Tel Aviv. That's where all the pedophiles go. I said, do you still believe they're chosen? And he was flailing a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe I planted a seed. Maybe I didn't. But definitely there's some cognitive dissonance there with what they're being reinforced with on a daily basis. I straight up told him, I said, look, you're calling yourself a Christian Zionist, even though Zionism is a atheistic, it was started by an atheist. So how are you still chosen when you're an atheist? And I don't know, sometimes you can't really tell if you planted a seed or not, but there's definitely cognitive dissonance in his attempted justifications. So we'll see. Do you ever have that real life sort of discussion?
Real life discussion? No. Online, I do every day. Right.
Right.
That's just the way it goes. These people are brainwashed. Okay. That's it. How else can you rationalize, or how else can you explain worshiping, being under the spell of diabolical disorientation in which you worship your would-be executioners? There's no other explanation for it. That's it. Let's go to Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Brother B in the house, y'all. Brother B, go ahead. Let's go to El Snarko and then Abu Kitab. Go ahead, El Snarko. Hello.
Hey, hello. Yeah. I was at the truck stop the other day, and this old lady, she kind of had a little meltdown in front of everybody. And she said, "What's up with all you Americans that you're all pro crucifixion of Christ. And I kind of didn't want to get too close, but I was really curious where she was going to go with that. And
I can't hear anyone.
Yeah, I can't either. The fuckery is commencing, right? Let's see. Fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey guys, this is the public square, right? Elon's gonna run a square game here. He's not gonna fuck around with people and censor them and suppress them algorithmically or do any of that stuff, right? Because he's all anti-censorship, my ass, right? Look, if nothing else, this exposes Elon Musk's hypocrisy and double standards. And not that we need any more illustrations of that. Can you hear me? Can you give me a thumbs up, Pacific? Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, you can hear me. All right. Let's go to Abu Kitab. Go ahead, Abu Kitab.
How you doing, Albert? I just thought I'd come and say hello to you lot. That night, 2 nights ago, was a bit funny. Albert, bring me someone who actually knows reality, honestly. I don't mind debating with someone who's knowledgeable, but this guy is no competition for me, honestly. He's gonna lose every single bit of it. You know, that day was named Ramses the Oppressor.
Ramesh the third.
Ramesh. Oh, I thought it's Ramses. Ramesh, wait, I'm thought Ramses. But yeah, Ramesh. He's no competition for me, no way. No way. Not even like an ounce of it.
Okay, so what else you got? You just want to pat yourself on the back? What else you got today?
Albert, I'm just saying that, you know, someone like him who comes in and starts spouting shit rubbish about Islam, you know, is disgusting, and people should really look into the deen, into the systems of Islam, and you will see that there's a lot of benefit in the system of Islam that actually, you know, unites mankind together. That's all, you know. And many times you've heard in the history that Muslims are this, Muslims are that. Now people are coming to wake up to realize that, you know, actually it wasn't the Muslims, it was actually these lot that actually orchestrating all the atrocities and oppression around the world. Likewise, many people have heard many things about Islam and the systems of Islam, and they always vilify the Sharia system. And I ask you, you know, to look into it, go in deep into it, into the economic, the social, the foreign policy, and how it actually benefits mankind together. That's all.
I got you, bro. And listen, a good study into that would be the African American community in the United States, and how, you know, a particular case, like if you take the Nation of Islam, right? They're living much more productive lives than the typical African American, right? For a very good reason, because it gives them structure, it gives them discipline. They're not being raised in single woman households. They have both parents. They have a system to live their life by. I get it, bro. It doesn't mean that I have to believe in Jewish superheroes or mythologies, but yeah, it works. It works for them. Everybody can go ahead and you know, make their own decisions.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's no need to believe in it, but if the system works, you accept it. You know, it's good for mankind. You don't have to believe in it, no doubt. We don't. There's no compulsion. But if it benefits you, anyone will take it.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, yo, brother B in the house. There was definitely some chicanery going on. I heard you have me come on a couple times, and I was hearing El Snarko, and then he just cut out. There was a lot of trickery and deception going on. I was wondering if this is a joke, if when you got kicked off your own space, did it tell you the host removed you from your own stream? Like, we know who the host is here with the public square. I mean, the public cube, we should say. We're in some sort of Jewish matrix here. But there was so much. I started taking notes already. Already so much has been said that I'm like, wow, this is some good stuff. About the man who I think it was AJ had the conversation with the evangelical Christian in the gym. I was talking about this yesterday. I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in this whole worshiping the Jews. As I read the Bible, it talks about God divorced them, sent them into exile, and they're in the eschatology, they do have a place like in the end times, according to the script, with the 144,000. But as far as now, I mean, Israel, let's just be honest. When I tell this to my Christian friends, I tell them Israel is an antichrist, apartheid, Zionist state. And they look at me. Of course, I get that fluoride stare looking back at me with their mouth open. They change the subject to the how about them Dolphins? But they are in some sort of a cognitive dissonance, and I think we all are in some way. I'll admit I am. But when I try to tell my Christian friends, like, how can you be a lover of Christ and all that is good and see an injustice right in front of your face and say, I stand with Israel? I mean, it just blows my mind. And sometimes I have to just walk away because, but I say my piece. I plant a seed. I tell them about the Talmud with its many genders and everything that is really anti-Christ, and but they still, they give me that look. Now, as far as like you were talking, another guy talked about the Nation of Islam, and yeah, that is true. They have structure and this and that, but unfortunately, Farrakhan got hooked up with Scientology somehow, because I don't know if they still do that. They used to sell the auditing books. They used to sell a lot of literature for Scientology at these NOI, Nation of Islam events. I don't know if he's still into that.
A lot. The Orthodox Muslims aren't down with the Nation of Islam. It's kind of like a heretical. It's like a kind of a heretical Islamic sect, because they don't recognize their prophet Elijah Muhammad as a prophet, right? That's highly heretical for Muslims. But they accept the Quran. They call themselves Muslims. They've adopted a lot of the customs, etc. So they're not like it's not like an orthodoxy thing, right? But
I think they got controlled. Yeah, there's definitely some government agents involved. If you look back at the whole assassination of Malcolm X and all that, there's definitely some agent stuff going on with that, especially with the Scientology. That's a huge red flag. But that's it for now.
It's a shame. It's a shame Abu Kitab room anymore, because we got Gnostic Korans in the house. He could probably hold his own if you wanted to go have a little back and forth.
No, I only know so much. What I know about is with the Scientology, with the Nation of Islam. That's all. I was wondering if he knows. Are they still in with that? Because that sounds like some real brainwashing, auditing, and that whole Ron L. Hubbard. He was a movie script writer, and he made his own religion, and his connections with Werner von Braun and all them guys, Disney out there. During the 50s, there was a lot of weird stuff going on, like esoteric Anton LaVey. They were all like,
He was a Satanist, and he was Jack Parsons' assistant. He stole his girlfriend, and Jack Parsons was from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, in California.
But yeah, I mean, if anybody knows if Nation of Islam is still doing the auditing with the Nation of Islam, I was just curious. But I'll get this. I got so many notes here. I don't want to take up the whole time. I'll come back.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. All right, let's. I want to play. I want to play some stuff for you guys here to give you an idea of what's going on. You know what? Let's go with Tucker Carlson talking first.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously. So we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances, and the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they have done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky. We hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice. That's wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in, and we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too. Freedom of speech is our birthright. We were born with the right to say what we believe. That right cannot be taken away no matter who is in the White House. But they're trying anyway. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media. They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning. Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again. But this time, we came to Moscow anyway. We are not here because we love Vladimir Putin. We are here because we love the United States, and we want it to remain prosperous and free. We paid for this trip ourselves. We took no money from any government or group, nor are we charging people to see the interview. It is not behind a paywall. Anyone can watch the entire thing, shot live to tape and unedited, on our website, tuckercarlson.com. Elon Musk, to his great credit, has promised not to suppress or block this interview once we post it on his platform, X, and we're grateful for that. Western governments, by contrast, will certainly do their best to censor this video on other less principled platforms because that's what they do. They are afraid of information they can't control. But you have no reason to be afraid of it. We are not encouraging you to agree with what Putin may say in this interview, but we are urging you to watch it. You should know as much as you can. And then, like a free citizen and not a slave, you can decide for yourself. Thanks.
Tucker Carlson being spotted in Moscow sparks frenzied speculation. This is Newsweek. Okay, dramatic.
Yeah. Now, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? Oh, we're the land of the free, Bert. Home of the brave. We got the First Amendment. We got freedom of speech. We're the shining light, the shining city on a hill. We enjoy more freedoms than anyone else in the history of the world. We're the most free. Are you really? Are you that gullible? Come on, man. There's censorship is fucking everywhere in this country, including on this fucking platform. What are we going through every day? What do you experience every day in this space? A reflection of exactly that. And this is considered the most liberal in terms of free speech platforms on the planet, in terms of what the Western people can use to communicate. Sure, little brother, you're free. You're free to be throttled and suppressed and shadow banned and censored and jump cut and edited and all manner of fuckery. That's what you're free to do, little brother. Orhan. Orhan? Hello. You got to turn your mic on, brother. It says you can speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, sir. No, it's the typical technical issues. There's definitely fuckery afoot, as usual. So, yeah, the clip you played, I mean, also in Norwegian news media, people are already losing their mind over the Tucker Carlson Putin thing, and they're just blitzing how this white supremacist is going over to interview. He's working for the Russian government, Putin. He's doing his propaganda. So even over here, they're losing their mind, which is pretty insane. And before I go dig myself out of the house again, because we had a new bout of snow, so I'll be listening in. But it seems my plans and my tours to Argentina have officially now been canceled after watching the cringe fest video of Javier Milei at the Wailing Wall, where where he's having his breakdown in front of a pile of rocks because of some fables. It's just ridiculous. It's such a sad thing to see, not just a grown man, but a fucking leader of this nation having this breakdown over this.
Is it me, or is that a fucking bizarre looking dude? There's something off about that guy. He looks like a complete wackadoo.
No, he sure does. And after I saw that clip now, it's even more so, standing there with he's not even Jewish, right? So
well, he's aspirationally Jewish, and I think he wants to convert. Well, you know what that guy gives me? That guy gives me fucking like cringe pedo vibes. like sexually confused, ambiguous, androgynous pedo vibes.
And he's standing there in front of these piles of rocks with his yarmulke. He's so aspirationally Jewish that he has this breakdown over these fairy tales with his Chabad Lubavitch friends hanging around. It was just such a fucking sad thing. So
Baruch atah Adonai.
Oh my God. So yeah, my plans of it seems my plans for Argentina are officially canceled. So yeah, that was pretty much it. So I'll listen
Guys,
in
do
while
me a favor.
Yeah.
All right, Aryan. Yeah, listen in, bro. Will you know, and let me know. Give me some feedback on anything that you technically that you might experience. Guys, do me a favor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The guys that are in the chat, the people that are regulars that join us every day. Give this thing a heart and a repost if you're not ashamed to be living in your ultimate reality and not a slave of Zion, a Shabbos goy, standing by Israel, the indispensable parasite. Can you give me a heart and a repost, please? Thank you, Jesus. What a friend we have in the Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. And what a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. I got the Holy Ghost moving me, praise God. Satan, get behind me. Satan, get behind me. Hey, anybody got a rattler? You got a rattler and you can toss me so I can twirl it around and show my faith in the Lord. For there will be no poisonous snake venom that I will succumb to, because that Holy Ghost power will overcome it and act as an antidote to the poison. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. All right. Yeah, you guys know the drill. This is much more than just a front row seat to the end of the world, folks. We bust a little balls. We do a little kosher comedy here. I'm going to be in the Catskills in a couple of weeks. I'll be not headlining. The headliner will be Shecky Green III, but I'll be priming up the audience as one of the introductory acts. So come to the Catskills. It's a very wonderful area. We got the kosher kitchens, and you got the Shabbos goys that'll be there on Saturday to do all your slave work. Press the button for the elevator, let you in open up your hotel room with the key, and you don't have to break kosher protocols. All right. Yeah, guys, we're gonna have fun, okay? And this is how we roll. This is how we roll. So we get the idea. We get a broad overview of the censorship and how everyone's brainwashed. Now let's get the reality, right? This is what we do. We exist in our ultimate reality, free of the constraints of the kosher MSM, because they tell you nothing but lies. And funny thing about that is, I don't know. You guys know Cliff High. I'm pretty fond of the old guy. I get a kick out of him. He predicted the first week in October was the big ugly. Now you can't hit it out of the park any farther than that. So what he's saying now is, during the course of, I think he said February 18th through March, April, May, he said that the legacy media will be pretty much officially dead. Not that I consider it viable now, but everyone will be flocking to alternative media. I mean, that's kind of already in the process, very much so, right? But there'll be some kind of paradigm shift thing where you can actually measure that this will be a big deal. So let's watch out for that. That would be great, right? But getting back to getting the real deal on current and world affairs and the geopolitics, let's listen to this. Guys, if you want to say something, go ahead and step up. Right? Here we are.
So excited to be talking to Max Blumenthal. He is the founder and editor of The Gray Zone. He's the author of several books, including The Management of Savagery. Welcome, Max.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You too. It's been a while, but wanted to ask you to start off. You have done a lot of really important reporting, and you've been smeared, which is always a sign that you're doing something right. But want to start off with your assessment of where we are right now in not only this genocidal war against Gaza, but also this regional war, which the United States government is denying is a regional war and is pretending is like discrete mini wars.
Yeah,
take heart in being smeared. It's worse than not being credited for my work by other publications, certain other publications. Honestly, it's better to be acknowledged than not, even if it's hatefully done. But yeah, I mean, we've been covering this war longer than we thought we would have. I mean, I thought the 51-day war in 2014 was insanely long and grueling. And I've almost lost count. It's over 120 days, and it was only a matter of time before the war expanded throughout the region. That's really what's happening. While Tony Blinken has been on, I've lost count. I think he might be on his 4th trip to the Middle East now. Apparently trying to work out some deal to convince Hezbollah to withdraw some of its forces from south of the Litani River in exchange for Israel making huge compromises, which would lead to some of its population maybe being able to go back to the north. But at this point, if the war ended, Israel would face a serious political defeat. Of course, it comes at the price of setting Gaza back 20, 25 years. It would take 10 years to rebuild enough housing to house everyone, at least. But Israel has made no real military progress in Gaza. Its stated goals were to eradicate Hamas and release the hostages. They've done neither. Hamas is still causing casualties, destroying Israeli armor with locally made weapons, especially west of Khan Yunis. And they are still even fighting in the north, which has been mostly destroyed, blanketed with tens of thousands of kilotons of Israeli explosives. So this isn't just my assessment. It's retired U.S. General Frank McKenzie, former member of the Joint Chiefs, on Face the Nation yesterday on CBS, said Israel isn't meeting its goals. It's failed in its goals, and its progress has been very limited.
U.S. intelligence estimates Israeli forces have killed about 20 to 30% of Hamas fighters since October. That is far short of destroying Hamas. How do you judge the level of success of Israel's campaign?
It was very limited so far. I think they set themselves a goal of removing the political echelon and the military leadership echelon of Hamas when they went in. They have not been successful to date at doing either.
And Hezbollah hasn't even thrown anywhere near its full weight into the battle. So what can Israel do? And what can the United States do? They can't, if they can't agree to a ceasefire politically. There's so many forces that are preventing them from doing it, even though more and more of the Israeli population wants a ceasefire because they realize that getting the hostages out and keeping the troops in Gaza are mutually exclusive. So what the U.S. is doing is essentially buying Israel time by bombing all these popular mobilization units in Iraq, attacking targets in Syria that they believe are connected to Iran or the IRGC, and bombing Yemen, which has intervened and waged basically an actual responsibility to protect military intervention to prevent genocide. Yemen and the Ansar Allah movement, which effectively control it, are the leaders of the genocide prevention movement, not Samantha Power, who's directly implicated in genocide in Gaza. So the U.S., I mean, what they're doing is completely fruitless militarily. These are like strikes just to demonstrate that Biden is serious, but they're not strikes that take away anything valuable from Iran or any of its allies. They've changed nothing on the ground, and Israel is completely trapped, and its social crisis is growing. Remember, before October 7th, Israel had this gigantic, mostly kind of like middle-class Ashkenazi metropole movement against Netanyahu, but it was ferocious. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people were in the streets at several points. And Netanyahu crushed that movement and got all of the reservists to actually go back to the army reserves after refusing to go to training. With October 7th, But now they're back. They're back in the streets. They're escalating. The movement is turning against Netanyahu. Netanyahu's meeting with the families and telling them there will be no ceasefire. He's basically telling them he's going to kill their children or their loved ones. And when I say kill them, I mean the Israeli army has killed at least 30 hostages in Gaza since October 7th, probably more. And so I think the U.S. and Israel are completely stuck here, and they're going to have to cut a deal at some point. There's no way this is going to be resolved militarily, and it's opened up an entire new window into the U.S. presence, or kind of prism for viewing the new U.S. presence in the Middle East for us at home. Just seeing how secretive it is. There's a new poll out by Defense Priorities today, which is they're kind of like, I wouldn't call them an anti-war group, but they're sort of like foreign policy moderates, and they lobby on the Hill. And this poll found that less than 3 out of 10 Americans even know that American troops are in Syria. A majority oppose U.S. troops in Syria when they're told there's a presence there, but when they're told that U.S. troops are receiving casualties, are dying, defending that illegally occupied territory, the number of Americans who oppose the U.S. presence in Syria goes up dramatically. So 3 Americans, Black Americans, who were like weekend warriors, who definitely didn't join the military to be human tripwires for war with Iran, were killed at this Tower 22 base, supposedly in Jordan, but it's right on the other side of the illegal U.S. base at Al-Tanaf in Syria. And they might have been killed in Syria. Their job there was basically they're working on construction to help expand the base. Nobody knew that base existed. I didn't know that base existed. Jordan has denied that that they were killed in Jordan. So we still don't even know the full story here. So what the U.S. is doing is defending this archipelago of bases there now that aren't popular among Americans. They're prolonging a genocide in Gaza, and there is no clear diplomatic exit ramp that's being provided by Tony Blinken because they're not using the leverage that they have over Israel. They refuse to do it. So this is just it's we're not just witnessing kind of a turning point for Israel. This is a real turning point for American empire.
Yep.
We're witnessing the acceleration of American decline in the Middle East.
Yep.
So why is the United States doing what it is doing, given that it's not striking significant targets? You said that Biden wants to just show his own strength. What is motivating the U.S. in these areas and also in Israel?
Well, they're defending Israel's strategic depth. And as Jake Sullivan said, NSC Director Jake Sullivan, I guess it was on Meet the Press yesterday, and I can't believe they're still saying this. Israel needs to fight this war until Hamas is no longer a threat. So they're just buying Israel time, because the intervention by the Houthis was actually economically effective. And, sort of like the old OPEC boycotts where they would actually get together and turn off the tap in protest, for example, of Israel's occupation of the Sinai Peninsula.
And that's the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries.
Yeah, back when the Arab states weren't completely controlled and co-opted by the West, or largely controlled. I mean, what you have here is a collection of non-state actors, some of whom effectively control states or have a large stake in states. Like Hezbollah has a huge stake in Lebanon, which is why they're not excited for escalation. But they're filling the void that was left after the end of the Cold War and then the Oslo Accords, where there was just this absence of Arab resistance to the Israeli and U.S. presence in the Middle East, and they're putting pressure on the U.S. and Israel in a way that we haven't seen before. And all it took was one of the poorest countries in the world that had been devastated over the course of 8.5 year proxy war waged through Saudi Arabia, but still
stood strong. All it took is them choking the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb off to shipping specifically from Israel and the U.S. to provoke this kind of response because it was economically painful. And I mean, it was largely bloodless. The U.S., you would think rationally, would have just responded and said, we need to right the ship. We need to turn down the temperature. Our troops are at risk. By that point, when the Houthis or Ansar Allah started their blockade, Biden said U.S. troops will begin to take casualties. Because like Kataib Hezbollah, which is a Shia-oriented resistance group in Iraq, was starting to wage drone swarm attacks on U.S. bases. So Biden called it. He knew U.S. troops would die. He could have prevented those deaths. Those 3 Black American soldiers would still be alive if he had just imposed a ceasefire. But they can't do that. And they can't do that for political reasons, domestic political reasons. Biden will face abandonment of donors to his 2024 re-election campaign. Tony Blinken's future will be in peril because, he's going to walk through the revolving door, go back to West exec advisors after the State Department, and hump in contracts through his contacts at State and the Pentagon for arms industry clients that are also invested in Israel and, Israeli tech. I mean, remember, West exec advisor Jen Psaki, who is now the chief propagandist at MSNBC, was the White House press secretary. She was actually
circling back to Jen Psaki, yeah.
Circling back, we're going to circle back to Jen Psaki. Yeah. She was consulting for an Israeli spy tech firm through West exec advisors. So it's a lot like Ukraine too. I mean, why was Victoria Nuland in Kiev promising a few surprises for Vladimir Putin and more U.S. aid to a country that's lost the war, that's just shoveling whatever's left of their warm bodies into the slaughterhouse in order to just keep this war against Russia going? There's a huge incentive for them. Record weapon sales. I mean, we're seeing record profits, that off the charts profits in weapon sales due to Ukraine, and now due to the post-October 7th Gaza war, which is expanding. And then Tony Blinken's own Zionism is a factor. Jake Sullivan, he's not Jewish. He's committed to the Zionist project. I mean, they're all just deeply committed to this.
Biden's a big Zionist, and he's not Jewish.
And Biden, he's also someone who just doesn't really respect Arabs as a political force. He just has never seen them as a political entity, either in the United States or in the Middle East, that deserved respect. And that's clear from his reflexive reaction to October 7th, where he bear hugged Netanyahu. Tony Blinken went over there went to Tel Aviv and said, "I've come here as a Jew." And that was the moment that he basically forfeited all influence and leverage, as well as his diplomatic status. At that point, he was just Netanyahu's bitch, or he was like Netanyahu. Netanyahu was like the bar mitzvah tutor, he was the bar mitzvah boy. That's what it really felt like at that point. And that's a role that Netanyahu loves to be in. He sees himself sort of as a mentor to U.S. presidents to help them understand the Middle East. And he speaks to them about this Hobbesian jungle that only he understands, and that the Arabs only understand force. And now it's clear, and everyone in the Biden administration knows they kind of got played. They reacted emotionally, and now they are being, I hate to say dragged in, because the U.S. is there for, reasons of its own. But they're being dragged into a situation where they don't really have a clear strategy. They don't have an exit strategy, just like George W. Bush's people said. And it's not like it's not very complex.
Hold on, Max. Listen to this. Listen to this, people. All you people out there, listen to this. I hope this is accurate. It looks accurate. From Jackson Hinkle. President Putin, quote, World Economic Forum founder Klaus Schwab is a globalist terrorist who is holding humanity to ransom. Their new world order has failed and their days are numbered. Try wriggling your way out of that one, folks that want to connect Putin to the WEF. He's one of the they sponsored him as a youth, etc., like Clinton and all these other world leaders. Is this more of the dialectic? Is this more the good cop, bad cop? Is this part of the act, etc., etc.? That's a fertile area for discussion and debate that I encourage and I would revel in. So please, folks that are the Russophobes and the Putin haters, feel free to step right up. Step right up and don't be shy. All right, where's that interview with Blumenthal? What the hell? Oh, there it is.
Complex. I mean, this is pretty simple. From kind of from the point of view of American national interest in real politics, it's pretty simple. You just tell Israel they're not getting spare parts for their F-16s, and the whole thing ends.
Right.
They wouldn't last a second, but they won't do it. And this is a real reason to oppose Biden, because it means, his base, by massive margins, supports a ceasefire. I was driving around Capitol Hill today.
Hold on a second, Max. Just so you guys know, Biden just dipped to the all-time low in his approval rating. He's at 37%, and he can conceivably go into the 20s. Okay, 80% of his fellow blue neoliberal Democrats favor a ceasefire. 80%. That's like that's an Overton window statistic, right? Now, how can you thumb your nose? How can you be tone deaf to what 8 out of 10 of your so-called constituents want you to do? You would think at this point, Overton window, critical mass, 80%, it's a done deal. But no. Just like every other war that we get involved into, it doesn't matter what the people want. It's the ruling cabal, right? The Fed, the international central bankers, the whatever you want to call it, the New World Order, the archons of this world, the shot callers, the puppeteers, the people that hold the strings, and your politicians in their pockets like you have so many nickels and dimes. They call the shots. It doesn't matter what the percentages are. Thank you, Jesus.
For the first time, there are no Ukraine flags up, and there are ceasefire now signs on like every block. There's a house that has a full ceasefire.
Yeah, where do the Ukraine flags go?
I watched the Grammys in a sort of act of masochism last night, and I was impressed that Annie Lennox made the call for a ceasefire.
Just for ceasefire, peace in the world.
And she was, embodying Sinead O'Connor singing "Nothing Compares to Sinead
Who was
O'Connor."
critical of Israel. Yeah.
She was a vocal supporter of Palestine.
Way before it was cool to be, or fashionable, or in vogue.
And these were A-listers. They're major people.
You guys, we are in the midst of a paradigm shift, the likes of which we have never seen. It's happening. Oh, Bert, you sound like a Q-tart. You're packing our bowl full, filling it to the brim with that hopium, the sticky, icky hopium. Am I really? You can't see it? You can't see legacy media on the morphine drip? Now we have to do our part to get people off of the Alex Jones plantation and the disinformation and the QAnon and the fucking mother weffers and the space aliens, right? We have to do our part, but it's happening. Take comfort and solace in that, my brothers and sisters. This shit is happening. The train is left the station. Nah. Thank you, Jesus.
People there, including like Dua Lipa, who opened the Grammys, and was up for awards.
Right.
So it's clear that a certain line has been crossed, where major celebrities are no longer afraid of threatening their own bottom line. These are people in Hollywood, but also people in the recording industry. And, the liberals, the DC liberals are starting to openly oppose the genocide with full ceasefire now signs, which are like, it's not like no to the genocide, but it's still something that is becoming kind of a cause celeb.
Yeah. I mean, it still harms you. Like Susan Sarandon got canceled. But if you're really, really, really rich.
No, because she did it early on.
Right. She did it. Yeah. She was ahead of the curve.
She already knew. A lot of these people are just waking up.
Right.
And
good on them.
Horror of Israel and Zionism.
Right.
And, you got to understand, like, that area on Capitol Hill, like, those are like the Hill staffers. Those are where people who actually have real skin in the game with the Democrats live. When in 2020, they would have huge homemade signs up, like "Bye, Don." It would be like it would say Biden. It would be like in the Biden font, but it would say "Bye, Don." And they made homemade signs for Ruth Bader Ginsburg and put them on their lawns when she died. And now these signs are going up. So this is at a point where Donald Trump is beating Biden in the polls, or leading Biden in the polls. There are new polls that came out. I think it was like a CNN poll showing that a vast number of Americans trust Donald Trump more on the economy, like by 20%, than Joe Biden, even as supposedly the job reports are good.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, like, Biden is facing so much pressure from his own base to do a ceasefire, and he still can't do it. He would rather bomb popular mobilization forces that fought ISIS,
right,
and defend secret desert bases in the hinterlands on the Jordanian-Syrian border, than do what his own base wants. And that really shows you what the Democratic Party is, what Joe Biden is, what Nancy Pelosi is, barking at protesters outside her home, her mansion in San Francisco, that they should go back to China where their headquarters is.
So
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That the FBI should investigate them. You're seeing a real disconnect. Like, the Democratic Party elite is still stuck in the Trump-Russia era. They think they can still get away with those old tricks, and it's just not working with their own base.
Well, I'm going to ask you more about the presidential elections, but I just wanted to have you react to a little video, since you brought up Annie Lennox. Noah Tishby, friend of the show, Noah Tishby, who identifies as a former special envoy for combating anti-Semitism and delegitimization of Israel, mom, author, acting, producing. And she's been talking to a bunch of people like Brett Gelman, who I'd never heard of before October 7th, honestly. Deborah Messing, Michael Rappaport, that insane British guy who wrote the screenplay to Borat. But here she is reacting to Annie Lennox. So let's take a look at what she has to say. Did you see this? Is this going to be like a real-time reaction?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hi, everybody. So tonight, the Grammys were hijacked in favor of Hamas agenda as
Hamas
for a ceasefire, denying Israel's right to defend itself and also not calling for the release of the hostages. So basically giving Hamas exactly what they wanted. I think that next time a singer wants to do something that's good for humanity, they should probably call on the release of innocent women and a baby and a toddler from the hands of a genocidal terrorist organization. I think that's probably a good idea.
Wow.
They cry out. Hold on a second, Katie. Hold on a second.
Hijack for Hamas agenda.
Yeah, yeah. They cry out in pain as they genocide you. How dare you? I mean, you can't shame the shameless. They're actually going to reverse the roles, right? Because they project, because every Israeli Zionist accusation is an admission. They're going to turn the tables on Hamas and say the Hamas are the ones engaged in genocide. Oh, isn't that interesting? As we approach this monumental, ignominious level of child killing, 14,000 children killed. And I'll tell you this right now. The baby killing is what's going to end Israel. It's the spotlight of malevolence. No matter how much lipstick they put on that pig, it can't be sold. You know why? Because we're still human. And baby killing isn't okay. Baby killing is probably the most heinous crime one can commit and perpetrate. Is there anything worse? Oh, yeah, there's worse. No. That's going to be it. That is the catalyst, my friends. Revel, revel, revel. The 80-year experiment is coming to an end.
I check for Hamas agenda.
I mean, if she didn't have like a decent American accent, I know she was born and raised in Israel.
Yeah,
that would be more forgivable.
Right. I know. Yeah, you just got that. You just need that indefinite article in there, Noah.
And like, come on, who is she? She's not like some. These people are such like D-listers. That's why they sign on to these jobs.
Right.
But
what also, like, this speaks to what you were talking about before, the idea that a ceasefire is mutually exclusive with bringing hostages home, when obviously it's the exact opposite. Like, the only way they can get hostages home is if they pause at the very least. Obviously a ceasefire would be ideal, and that's what we want, but they would really rather kill more Palestinians than save Jewish life. Like, we all know that they hate Palestinians, but their shtick is that they're supposed to be a safe space and a haven for Jews and protect Jewish life at all costs. And they're killing hostages. I mean, they literally shot 3 of their own. They were speaking in Hebrew, waving a white flag. We've reported on what happened on October 7th. But it's just, it's sociopathic, this bloodlust.
Yeah. Some of the family members of the hostages are openly stating that they're killing them deliberately to prevent a prisoner swap, which would be politically devastating for Israel's elite. I think, and it could actually be good for the population of Israel, turn down the temperature a little bit, but they're so indoctrinated that a majority of Israelis support continuing military action indefinitely. They just simply don't understand. And what she's calling for is something that actually already happened at the Grammys. Harvey Mason Jr., who's the CEO of the Recording Academy, gave some really milquetoast, annoying speech where he immediately mourned the killing or deaths of people at the Nova Electronic Music Festival. It said basically they were just killed for being music fans. And we've mourned everything. And he said 40 of them were taken hostage. And we've mourned every day all the tragedies that have happened since. So not mentioning any Palestinians or mentioning how many Palestinians were killed. I guess they're not music lovers. Then as he left the stage, 4 classical musicians began playing, and he said that they were Israelis and Palestinians playing together for peace. Like, just the most cartoonish display of liberalism. But the fact is, the head of the Recording Academy acknowledged the hostages and the killing of many people on October 7th. So she just kind of is lying there. I didn't really see it be hijacked for Hamas agenda. I see lying about that. One person got up and called for a ceasefire. But I mean, there are like hundreds of thousands of Israelis, or at least tens of thousands, protesting for a ceasefire every weekend and camping out outside Netanyahu's house. So I guess that's Hamas agenda too. Right. Noah Tishby's really close to the war cabinet. I mean, she had a party at her penthouse apartment in Tel Aviv, and Benny Gantz was photographed there putting his arm around her and kind of smiling. And it became a minor scandal in Israel because, it's supposed to be a nation in mourning. People are not going about their usual partying and so on, and although they actually are, but you're not supposed to do so publicly. And so Benny Gantz got in trouble, and she looked kind of like she wasn't serious. But Benny Gantz, you know, this guy is the chief of staff, was the chief of staff in 2014 who oversaw the 51-day-long slaughter. I mean, 100,000 people were turned homeless. Hundreds and hundreds of children were killed. I think over 1,000 children were killed. And he campaigned on how many Palestinians he killed when he ran for prime minister against Netanyahu. He had an ad that just showed the ruins of Gaza, and it said, and then it cited the entire death toll, which in the Israeli mind is
a good thing.
Terrorists.
Yeah.
And it said something like only Benny Gantz knows how to defeat terror.
So gross. So there are obviously people who are saying they're not going to vote for Biden. What do you predict about 2024, and how do you think Trump would be as president? And that is where I'm going to leave you, on that cliffhanger. So you want to watch the rest of that interview?
All right, Katie. Thank you. The Katie Halper show, guys. Yeah, let's listen to the devil. I'm going to play you guys an interview that the devil gave. Satanyahu.
Thanks for joining me. That's my pleasure. First of all, Prime Minister Netanyahu, thanks so much for joining me.
That's my pleasure.
Can we start at the very beginning? On October the 7th, Israel suffered what you've described as perhaps the worst day in its history. Attacks by thousands of terrorists from the south. One of the things that struck me, speaking to families and others here, is the number of them who said things like, said to their children, "Don't worry, the IDF will be here in minutes." What went wrong that day?
Quite a few things, and we'll examine it when the war's over. But
I want to talk about it now.
The worst violence, the worst savagery perpetrated against Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Okay, so that's talking point number one. If you're taking notes like Brother B, Brian out there, right? Talking point number one. Worst savagery since the Holocaust. We're gonna jot him down as we come, because he's gonna string along a whole bunch of shit.
The difference between what these savages did to us, and what the Nazis did to us, is not very big. They basically wanted to annihilate every Jew. That's the Hamas charter calls for the murder of every Jew on earth, and certainly
it does not. That's number two, right? Nazi parallel, Hamas, Nazi, Holocaust. So we're on talking point number two in the subset of the Holocaust.
The Jewish state. The difference was not in intent. The difference was in capability. In the death camps of the Nazis, they murdered thousands of Jews each day, and we could do nothing. Here they murdered 1,200 innocent people. And the next day, even though we had these failings on that day, which will be examined, we rolled them back. Now we're going after these Hamas monsters in Gaza. That's the difference that Israel has made. But we now have the capacity to defend ourselves. And even if we have failings, which we did, we can defend ourselves by fighting back. Something that we...
So those of you keeping track at score, we're keeping score at home. We're less than 2 minutes in. Savages, monsters, terrorists, Nazis, 2 Holocaust references. We're not even 2 minutes in.
The Jewish people couldn't do in the Holocaust.
I know there will be an inquiry to come, but do you have a sense already of, so many people in this country saying that the tech failed, that the IDF didn't get there in time, all sorts of things just seem to have gone wrong?
Yes, quite a few. Yes, I have an idea, but I think it's premature to talk about it. Operationally, we've reached quite a few conclusions, and we're putting them into effect. But remember, this war is ongoing. We're in its 4th month. It took the U.S. and its allies 9 months to vanquish ISIS in to vanquish the radical Islamic forces in Mosul. Mosul is smaller than Gaza, didn't have this vast terror underground infrastructure, had fewer fighters. So we're on course, but it's going to take some time. And in the meantime, yes, we have learned some lessons, which I don't think it's right for me to impart them here.
Now, you have a number of objectives in your war, stated objectives in your war against Hamas, but one of them is to defeat Hamas, and another is to negotiate to release the hostages. Aren't these things mutually incompatible?
No, because if they both share one thing: you need military pressure. The only thing that gets Hamas to release the hostages is military pressure. That's why we've already released roughly half of them. And I think that's a major achievement. And we intend to release a lot of them. I think that the only way that you're going to achieve that and to achieve the victory over Hamas is by applying military pressure. And that's what we're doing. I won't get into the question of how we're going to complete it because we're thinking about that too. But it's a fact that until we applied military pressure, we couldn't get anyone. We had people held up in Hamas's hands for years, and we couldn't get them out. But once we start applying military pressure, all of a sudden we can get them out.
Now, the US and others of your allies want you to wrap up the war in Gaza as soon as possible. But everyone you speak to here believes, rightly I think, that it's going to be months of war to come. How do you reconcile those two things, keeping your allies happy, but doing what you feel you need to do in Gaza?
We have to win in Gaza. We have to achieve total victory. Hamas cannot be left standing, coming out of the ruins with a V sign and saying, we'll do it again and again and again, which they promised to do. So first, for our own sake, for our own future, we have to defeat these monsters. Secondly, I don't think it's just our case. It's also the case, as I've told President Biden, I've told all the leaders who came here, I said, this is your war as well, because this is not merely a minor skirmish. This is part of a major confrontation between the moderate axis of Israel and the moderate Arab states against Iran, the terror axis of Iran, who is the three H's, Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others. And the whole world is now watching. Who's going to win? They're sitting in the bleachers. Who will win? Will Iran win or will Israel win? Will they win or will the West win? So
you see how he likes to paint. This is one of his favorite techniques. He likes to present Israel as the representative and the bulwark of Western liberal civilization, right? Now, we know that that's absolute poppycock, right? And we understand the savagery of the Zionist state and how, it has nothing whatsoever to do with so-called Western values that have, human rights, self-determination. So you're looking at an apartheid state that treats the Palestinians as less than, that don't afford them human rights and dignity, that prevents them from self-determination, that has a tyrannical hold over them, and they're trying to represent themselves as the bulwark for Judeo-Christian, neoliberal, Western civilizational values. Now, that's quite a string of shit to be presenting the people, but this is what they do. Boldface fucking lies, projection, misdirection, obfuscation. This is what they do. Are you actually expecting to hear any truth? No. You're going to get one-sided rationalizations and Zionist talking points and propaganda, and it's completely bereft of truth and any anchoring in reality. That's the bottom line. And that's why I relish this opportunity to take anybody on that wants to come in here and promote this kind of propaganda. You want to raise the flag of the Star of Remphan? Come enter the space, come make a request. we can go at it. We can go back and forth. You know why? Because your Jewish lies will be corrected in real time. The talking points, and I don't care about what you might say, the sensibilities of our kosher friends. You're committing genocide. I have every right in the world as a free American to condemn you for your heinous activities. You do not get a free pass. You do not get to place this collective guilt of the so-called Holocaust upon our backs and play that card at every chance that you get. In every interview ever given, Alan Dershowitz, Anthony Blinken, Joe Biden, it doesn't matter. Your surrogates and your slaves and your vassals that you own. We're free Americans and we've had enough. That's the bottom line. I don't know how much more I can take of this, but we'll give it a couple more minutes.
I think that what I say to our American friends, whose help I appreciate a great deal, I said the war will take as long as it takes, but it will result in total victory.
Yeah.
Our battle is your battle.
Our battle is your battle.
It's your victory as well.
Our victory is your victory. Right.
Aspects of that. The day after in Gaza, for instance, there's talk about the fact that, of course, Gaza's schools need reform, education, they have to stop teaching hate and much more. But there are international organizations that were meant to be ensuring that for a decade and a half now, and clearly they didn't. Who on earth is meant to be in charge of Gaza after this is over?
Well, one thing is clear. It shouldn't be UNRWA, because UNRWA, the United Nations special agency that was set up for the Palestinians, in fact, perpetuates the Palestinian refugee status, because otherwise that's their bread and butter. But far worse than that, we discovered that there were 13 UNRWA workers who actually participated either directly or indirectly in the October 7th massacre. UNRWA is perforated with Hamas, and UNRWA is...
That's a lie. This has been debunked by Electronic Intifada and the Gray Zone, right? This whole UNRWA thing, it only came out after they lost in the International Court of Justice. So instead of taking heed of the ruling against them, what do? What they always do. They attack the person that gave them the bad news, right? So the International Court of Justice ruled against them, so they attacked the UN. They attacked UNRWA. And what do? They exacerbate the suffering of the Palestinian by withholding funding of it from the West. So keep doubling down. Keep fucking making the wrong move. This is where we are, guys. It's a kooky world. And this is what happens when high-level Satanists, child rapists, genocide enablers, international central bankers call the shots. This is the world that you get.
In UNRWA schools, they've been teaching the doctrines of extermination for Israel, the doctrines of terrorism, lauding terrorism.
Yeah.
So obviously that has...
Lauding terror. Okay, so let's talk about this. Hold on. It's like he's, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Can anybody recall how Israel was formed? How did this shining light unto nations, how was it formed? Wasn't it formed through terrorism by terrorists? Didn't all the different terrorists, the disparate terrorist groups coalesce and form the first government with Ben Gurion? The Lahai, the Hagna, the Irgun, the Stern Gang, right? Isn't that what happened? It's like, dude, we're not stupid, but they think you are, and most people are, right? So they can get away with this. They can get away with just railroading you with misinformation, projection, inversion, propaganda, of the atrocity variety. They can make shit up, right? from whole cloth, string along a bunch of bullshit, and they expect you to believe it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of dumb fucks out there that do swallow this and accept it. But more importantly, there's enough of us out there now that are waking up, that are walking the right-hand side path, the path of light, the truth, and the justice. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know how much more I can take of this, guys, but we'll go another minute or two.
Only be handled by Israel. If you have another international force that can fight the resurgence of terrorism, let me know. And the third is we need a force there for internal management that does not educate the children of Gaza to become terrorists, does not fund terrorists, and does not dispatch terrorists.
Okay, so they can tell you, they can have Chabad, schools where the kids are taught that the Arabs are filth and they should be killed, and everything's okay on that side. And they asked the Chabad kid, what do you see in the future? He's like, oh, in the future, I see that the Arabs will be our slaves, and they're going to, carry everything for me and serve us. And all the adults in the room just like start smiling and clapping. It's unfucking believable what they expect you to swallow. A bunch of shit, right? A bunch of shit. That's all I can take from that fucking guy. That guy is just They don't call him Satan Yahoo for nothing. So what do they want? They want this clash of civilizations. We have to take out the bad Arab Muslims, the ones that we don't control. The Sunni Arab slaves are okay. They're on our side. It's this axis of resistance, the Shias, the 3 H's, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, right? You heard them. They got all their talking points, all their ducks in a row. And what's the creme de la creme? What's the piece de resistance? Iran. I guarantee you would have positive reverberations across the region if we just take out Iran. And the world will celebrate. And all this bullshit that he's been telling us for 30 years. Just take out Iraq. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fucking awesome. Saddam will be gone. Just take out Gaddafi. It'll be awesome. The reverberations will be felt for generations. I guarantee you it's going to be a winner. Oh, just take out Assad in Syria. It's never enough. And they're always lying. And his fucking prognostications are for shit. Do you know where he has a pristine record in terms of his prognostications coming to fruition? All his prognostications about so-called Islamic terror visiting the West, New York City in particular. It's amazing how accurate those are, aren't they? Almost prophetic. So what happens? Where are we on the Iran thing? Can we talk about the Iran thing? Where are we? Judge Napolitano and Colonel McGregor, where are we?
Monday, February 5th, 2024. Colonel Douglas McGregor joins us by phone because of traveling today. Colonel, we deeply appreciate your taking time out of a busy schedule to join us on the phone. Thank you very much for doing so. It's great to have you here.
Sure.
How volatile is the Middle East today, February 5th, 2024, in light of what happened with the attacks on the Houthis, in light of what happened with the attack on Tower 22, and in light of the 85 bombing raids, more or less, it's what the government claims, that the U.S. government has visited upon the area in the past 4 days?
Well, as Secretary Blinken pointed out, this is perhaps the most dangerous point in the history of the region, certainly since the Second World War, and arguably perhaps for the last 2 centuries. So I would say it's extremely volatile, explosive on a scale that very few people in the United States and Europe can appreciate.
What is your greatest fear? What is the biggest danger short of somebody setting off a nuclear device?
Well, I think the greatest danger right now is the utter and complete failure of people inside the United States government to recognize that we are in the position we are in right now because of what's happened since the 7th of October in Gaza. The rationale for all the actions that have occurred, there have been over 160 attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East, and there have been numerous attacks to halt or stop shipping that is trying to enter through the Gate of Tears into the Red Sea, involving ships that are either flagged or owned or operated by U.S. and Israelis. And these things are not accidental. They did not happen spontaneously in a vacuum. They are the campaign of mass expulsion or killing of Arabs in Gaza. That's the problem. And the failure to recognize that, the misguided notion that somehow or another Muslims simply hate people in the United States or Muslims just hate people in the West. This is nonsense. This is a direct consequence of that. We need to understand that, because if we genuinely want these attacks to stop, it's back to the requirement to get the President of the United States to intervene and simply tell Mr. Netanyahu, if you continue these actions, we will no longer support you. At which point in time, I suspect that 99% of all the hostility and attacks directed at the United States would end. There's a failure to understand that on the Hill. Now, how far can this go? This has the potential to become a regional war directed primarily at Israel and the United States and its presence in the region, with the possibility that we could also experience acts of terrorism here inside the United States, thanks to our open borders and unsecured immigration. I don't think anybody should discount that. And it seems as though the principal problem for us in the United States is this utterly insane enthusiasm for beginning a bombing campaign against Iran.
What is the basis for? Why is the U.S. even considering?
Okay, to the genius that just wrote Hamas and Saddam, and yeah, they're not. You know why? The Hamas is a Sunni Palestinian group, but they're the only ones. They're the only Sunnis that are actively fighting, right? You know why they're actively fighting? Because they're the only ones being occupied currently. Genius. And yes, there was a plan to get the secular nationalist Arabs that weren't in line removed. I would refer you to the OVXR plan, genius. Okay, or the white paper, the clean break, in favor of elevating Islamists. So they're constantly changing who they view as the targets and the threats to weaken and balkanize the region. Why don't you step up and make a request, and we can go back and forth instead of commenting stupid shit to just illustrate that. Ooh, you think you got me? Step up. Make a request. Be a fucking man.
Hey, Al.
Joe, even.
Go ahead. You want to say something?
Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, look, I think I don't think as a bloc the Sunni world is basically supporting what's.
I know what you're going to say. Listen, AJ, I get it. The Sunni Muslims out there are pissed off because their so-called leadership in these countries are compromised. I make a distinction between the governments and the people. The people are squarely behind the axis of resistance, and they take pride in what the Houthis are doing, what Hezbollah is doing, what Hamas is doing. I get it. Okay, we always have this comment because the Muslims get upset because it's like they're neutered, right?
No, yeah, I mean
they're the ones that the Sunnis are tagged as the cowards that are compromised and aren't fighting.
Yeah, I mean, you basically understand my point. I mean, the only thing I basically would add to that is I guess Iran basically being like the kind of the largest power in the Sunni world, they've already gone through their revolution. They've already deposed their tyrant dictator, Western-backed puppet in the Shah. That happened a while back, right? So they're just further along. It's a lot of people turn it into like an ideology or anything like that. It's just where they are right now with their evolution. If you look at, I mean, even if you just do a Google search on like the Algerian parliament, I mean, the Algerian parliament's, actually, funding some of the stuff that's, the Hamas is doing. Some of the engineers from Tunisia are the ones who basically set up the some of the military, like the rockets and stuff like that. I think Qassam or something like that. One of these rockets is named after a Tunisian engineer. So I think it's a pan-Islamic thing. It's just they've got a head start. They've got a jump. There's no doubt about it that the Shia world has a head start right now. But I kind of think that what's happening now is basically a catalyst for new activity. Who knows what we're going to see in a few years. So that's all my point. I don't want to turn it into a rant, but
yeah,
that's kind of where I'm at.
It would be very helpful if the Egyptians, the Jordanians, and the Saudi Arabians could take care of their own issues, and then you could have this pan-Islamic movement really coalesce and just put an end to this nonsense, right? That's what you need to do. That's where you need to go. I'm hoping you guys get there, but we'll see. It's a TBD situation. But
you get my point about the Shah, right?
Hold on a second. Yeah. When I'm finished, you can speak.
All right.
What I'm thinking is perhaps this is going to go on, and when even without the bulk of the Sunni Arabs, the axis of resistance looks like it's competent to pull this off all alone anyway. So you guys can sit this one out and let the fighters do their thing. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you sort of just take a look at the Yemen, for example. Yeah, Yemen organizationally, it's run by the Houthis. Do you think all the people do you think all of Yemen, that those millions of people that are in the streets pretty much saying, let's just kick this off, do you think all of those people are Shia? No, it's not. I mean, Yemen, even it's a majority Sunni nation. So the populations, when they get a chance, are behind this stuff. Now, do you concede my point about the Iran being able to do this because they're off of central banking, they had their revolution early on, and they're kind of more, they have a head start on this whole situation? Do you at least concede that point? Do you think that under the Shah?
Listen, we're no better. We're an occupied nation. We're a co-belligerent. We're the evil empire. As an American, all I can do in engaging in this war is to speak out, okay, and set the record straight, and identify my own government as the source of this evil and the problem. That's the most I can do. Now, I know a lot of these Arabs in Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, they'll get carted off and fucking tortured and re-educated and whatever, disappeared if they took a stance as I do in this country. So yeah, we still have our rights in terms of free speech thus far. There's no guarantees that this is going to continue. So I'm not saying that we're any better, any more brave than the poor people that are in compromised Sunni nations. Okay, what I am saying is the Shias are the ones that have the titanium nuts that are stepping up. That's what I'm saying.
Albert, if I may add, so regarding like what you mentioned.
Go ahead,
yeah, thank you, Albert. Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me, Albert?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what you mentioned, I just want to add, like what, for example, the Arab or the Muslim countries taking back their, freedom. Some what happened, I'm taking Egypt as an example. So they took Mubarak as an, you have an Egyptian descent, so you should know Mubarak was there from 81 till 2011, which is like 30 years he was governing. And then when the people revolted, so they had voted Morsi for democratically. So what the West did, because he was supporting Palestine and the resistance, they didn't want that. So they did a coup d'etat, and
he opened up the Rafah crossing 24/7.
And also the tunnel. He let them do a lot of things. So but what they did, the West, America mainly, so they supported the Sisi, which is a dictator, and he's been there from 2012. So which is or 2013, over 10 years, and he killed when he took power, he killed over 1,000 Egyptian. He murdered them,
Dude,
and
that's democracy. This is
America.
Yeah, this is how American democracy works.
Yeah, and
we subvert actual, real, organic democratic change in favor of strongmen, fascists that'll do our bidding and serve on bended knee as their Zionist slaves give them orders from Tel Aviv.
Yeah,
that's American democracy in action, bro.
Yeah, and he executed like young men as young as like 16, 17. He put them to jail and he executed them. Like this Morsi, the Sisi guy, he's the back like, by all the European. They want peace. They want like human rights. They back him for what he did. So without even like a fair trial, they executed them. They're like, even now there's a lot of them in jail. So the Egyptian, that's why there is like this fear in the Egyptian, like, as Egyptian descent, and you should know how the Egyptian are, and they have like, hot-blooded and everything. But he put this fear into them, and he's backed by the West. So if they, I think it's gonna explode. But the fear, he's like the amount of fear the police, the Egyptian police are like cruel. The way they treated the Egyptians is like unbelievable. Like so that's I don't know if you've been into Egypt before.
The Mukhabarat, the secret police.
Yeah, have you been into Egypt before?
Any country that has a secret police perhaps isn't the best representation and example of a liberal, free society that we should be aligned with. But it doesn't matter, folks. All of these illusions are dissipating. They're all going away. All the lies, all the bullshit it's clear. It's a mask-off moment for the world. Go ahead, AJ.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I got kicked off the space, so I didn't hear anything.
You don't say. You don't say. You got kicked off the space.
Yeah,
wow.
I got. I don't know what happened, but so I don't know where we were. The only point.
I was talking about Egypt as an example, and how they removed Mubarak. He was a dictator for 30 years, and then when they elected Morsi for 1 year, the West removed him by force, and they put their clown, their puppet, Morsi by force. He killed over 1,000 Egyptian, and who put more into jail. So that's why the situation is like that, and the Muslim population are kind of under the stronghold of those dictators. That's what I said in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean the point. The only thing I was pointing to Al was that you're making this point about Sunni Shia, but then you say it's not about Sunni or Shia, it's about the leaders. And then the only point I was saying is, look, it's just a question of who has overthrown their central bank dictators yet or not. That's all.
Okay, then why are the Shia so much ahead of the curve?
Again, because
why is it that we have Yemen, we have Iran, we have South Lebanon, and we have these actors that are taking charge of their own destinies and not worshiping or succumbing into kosher servitude.
And Azerbaijan is Shia, and they're supplying Israel with oil and buying Israel military gear.
Yeah,
so it's not about Shia Sunni.
That's a good point.
So and not just that. Do you think that the Shias in Yemen is not a majority Shia country? I mean, even if you want to even say Ansarullah or Shia, I mean, even that's a little bit of a stretch because they're Zaydi.
Do they have Sunni people engaged in this thing?
Absolutely. Look at the people protesting. In fact,
I'm not talking about the protesters. I'm talking about the fighters.
Even there's a lot of fighters who defected to Ansarullah.
Okay, basically. Put it in the link. Put it in the link. Yeah. Go ahead, Sapien. Oh, Sapien is. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, so it's as you know, AJ mentioned. It's not about. It's more as about the government. Those governments, as you mentioned as well yourself. So all those Muslim leaders are like kind of puppets. That's why no one. They can't even look at Egypt. They can't even let the 8 tracks go in. So this tells you everything. So.
Not just that. I mean, if it's Sunni Shia, all of Afghanistan is Sunni. Look at the Taliban. Taliban's been fighting for 20 years. They're Sunni. So it's not that clear cut. I mean, there should be a few cases that should make it clear. Al, is Taliban Sunni?
What is the axis of resistance? Isn't it 100% constituted by Shia Muslims?
As far as who has control of nation states? Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what do you consider Taliban? What do you
militarily?
What do you consider Taliban?
Who's actively engaged in this militarily? Guys, it's a slam dunk, right? I mean, I get it. You guys are a little bit, insulted because I
would say you could say disappointed. Yeah,
you're kind of nutted geldings, and the Shias are doing the heavy lifting. Would bother me too if I was a Sunni Muslim.
Al, yeah, you're. I don't really disagree with you there.
No
yeah,
shit, you don't disagree with me. You know why? Because I'm telling the truth,
and I'm being honest.
Thank you, Jesus. Let's go back. Hold on. Okay.
But Al, one more thing. Again, address Taliban. Taliban have been fighting for 20 years against Western imperialism. Explain them. They're Sunni. Explain them in your framework.
The Taliban isn't engaged in this war, so
that is actually militia, like Sunni militia in Iraq. And what it does, actually, the U.S. they backed the Shia militia. They don't hit that. For example, recently the target they hit, they're all Sunni militia. They didn't target the Shia one. And also during Iraq war, if you see most of the resistance, they were Sunni, not Shia. The Shia, they were aligned with the colonizer, which is America.
Right.
So,
well, but that's because they wanted, Saddam out and they wanted to rule.
No, what I'm saying. But even like now, the resistance in Iraq, so it's not, clear cut as you can, label.
It is clear cut. You know why? Because there's no Sunni nations in the axis of resistance, so it is clear cut.
And also, I don't see, there is this concept of Sunni Shia. It's not also Islamically is not, a thing. Because there is only one Islam, and any separation, it's like, it's not really like Islam doesn't, call for this separation, either Sunni. There is nothing in the concept of, for example, the Prophet ﷺ, he wasn't, Shia or Sunni or the Sahaba, his companion. So it just came after, which is this division, this creation that came after with the creation of the Jews.
Was Al-Wahhab Jewish?
Was we're talking about the Saudi Arabia?
Was that Al-Wahhab guy a crypto Jew? You guys?
I'm not sure exactly, but I know there is this Al-Saud. Al-Saud, there is a lot of influence of their history, and I'm sure they're backed by the Jews and also the family of Al-Saud. So the family of Al-Saud, their creation of the West. So of England, particularly to break down the Khilafah, which is the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah. I got you. All right, let's go back to this, guys. Thank you.
Iran.
Colonel, are you there? Colonel.
Still with us?
Colonel, hello.
I guess we lost the Colonel's connection.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, we couldn't hear you. I'll repeat the question. Why is the U.S. even considering bombing Iran, Colonel?
I think it's very simply because over the last 25 to 30 years has been a deliberate effort to try and make Iran responsible for everything in the region that Israel doesn't like. Israel has made Iran its principal opponent and decided that unless Iran is removed as a danger to Israel, which effectively means unless Iran is destroyed as a nation state, Israel will have no peace in the region. I think that's very misleading because I think all of the states in the region are as hostile or more hostile than Iran. But I think that's the problem. And they have convinced, using the U.S. media and substantial influence by the Israel lobby and Israel's agents in the United States through various means of donating.
Hey, Cookie Crumbles, I apologize. You guys don't understand. Like, it's not easy, right? We get like attacks. Well, I'll speak personally from like all corners, and it's like a reflexive thing when I just read something. It's like that I think someone's like presenting like a gotcha moment to undermine my argument, whatever. I apologize. It was wrong for me to attack you like that, and my patience is not where it should be, and we all have to effort to do better and be kinder, right? I apologize.
Nations to campaigns and favors to key personalities in the U.S. government. They've managed to convince everybody in the United States that Iran is evil incarnate, that it is ultimately the principal sponsor for terrorism in the region. That's not true. But that unfortunately is what people have been convinced of. The interesting part is that now we have this argument that 3 Americans were killed, which is unfortunate, but 3 Americans in uniform, reservists who were in Jordan, were killed, and that this is now justification for an act of war against the Iranian state. One would think that we'd be at least probably a lot more concerned about the 100,000 plus people who die from fentanyl poisoning every year, the thousands of Americans who are killed in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Philadelphia, and other cities by other Americans each year, and the importance of imposing the law on the population. But apparently those things are treated as almost minor or tertiary issues. And the most important thing we can do is because of these 3 Americans who were killed by what is alleged to be a proxy force for Iran, therefore we need to bomb Iran. That's about it. And I spoke with the senator, and he kept telling me, they killed 3 of our guys. They killed 3 of our guys. And I said, yes. And it wasn't they necessarily. It was a Shiite militia resistance group in Iraq. And there's a reason for that. And it's 7 October and what's happened since the 7th of October. Oh, no, it's Iran. It's Iran. I don't know how you fight that kind of insane thinking.
I don't know who you were talking to, and I wouldn't ask you to reveal that, but it sounds like it was Senator Graham or somebody who agrees with him. What?
No, actually, Senator Graham doesn't talk to me, Judge.
Same here, Colonel. I tried to call him a couple of times, but he's not interested in hearing either of us. Welcome to the club of people who have a sensible head.
Senator Lindsey Graham was just dancing. If you wanted to know where he was, he was just dancing
on their shoulders. Are American troops ever put in harm's way intentionally in order to attract these militia groups, to give the Lindsey Grahams and Victoria Nulands of the world an excuse to bomb Iran, their heart's desire?
Well, the first thing to keep in mind is that the war with ISIS ended a few years ago. Our forces are not on the ground in Iraq or Syria because of ISIS. That's simply untrue.
Why are they on the ground?
Well, that's what I'm going to try and explain. As I have said on previous occasions to people, as soon as I arrived at the Pentagon in November of 2020, I began asking the critical question, what are we doing with our forces in Iraq and Syria? And there were various answers tried, and I said, no, that doesn't make any sense. ISIS is being neutered. And of course, what your listeners need to understand is that there are always and will always be inside the Islamic world Islamic extremists that we call Islamists. They're part of the body politic. You're never going to get rid of them, just as you can never eradicate various forms of criminality in our society. But the point is, that's not why our forces on the ground. And I finally said, well, why? Give me a straight answer. And I was told because of Israel. And I said, well, why would Israel want them there? And then there was another problem with answering that. Well, early warning. And I said, well, that's ridiculous because the Israelis know more about what happens in in Syria or Iraq than we do on any daily basis. Then finally I was told, well, effectively they're a tripwire. And Iran is the great Satan and the great danger to Israel. Therefore, these forces are a tripwire. I found that ridiculous, and I found it utterly ill-conceived. But I think that's one of the reasons that we've kept those forces in those countries. Also, keep in mind, we've maintained a large presence in Iraq, I think, to conceal the truth that our intervention there has been a strategic catastrophe. And if we can maintain forces there, we can create the illusion that we'll see we're there because people still want us there. And that's absolutely not true. While there may be a very small minority of people who benefit from our presence, the overwhelming majority of people living in Iraq or Syria want nothing to do with us. And then, of course, you have the connection to the Kurds. And the Kurds have a strong anti-Iranian faction as well as a strong anti-Turkish faction. And we and our Israeli friends have seen it as advantageous strategically for us to maintain the Kurds as some form of leverage against both Iran and Turkey. So these are the kinds of things that I think are true. And unfortunately, we have 57,000 troops in the region now. And so you've got lots of tripwires. And 3 of these people killed, and now there are people on the hill that are anxious to bomb, using this as a pretext.
That's an excellent point. And, Colonel McGregor has a blind spot for Israel, obviously, but he speaks a lot of truth, more truth than anybody else. Now, I fully plan on going as long as I can today. And, folks, we're winding down the week, and I need your support if we can do this full time. All right? This will be 1 month of me doing spaces 5, 6, in some cases 7 days a week, in some cases multiple times a day. Now, I'm encouraged that there has been a tick up in terms of the support, but we're not there yet. So please, if you have the capacity, consider becoming a member on Odyssey or one-time deal or whatever, a one-off contribution. If we can keep the one-offs more consistent, that'll work as well. There's several ways to skin this cat. I got a lot more stuff to show you, to share with you, right? That has illuminated my understanding of the reality, the ultimate reality, the world, the real world as it is. Outside of the matrix, the kosher prism that everything gets filtered through. We have the pedophilia stuff, which is near and dear to my heart. I've done incalculable hours of research in this topic. Now, I want to shift into that a little bit later, just to give you an idea of what's in store today. Okay. I'd like to wait until there's more people in the room to put the link to donate, but it seems like we're being capped out in the 30s. I think it got up to like 35 people in the room. Guys, keep me informed as you get purged or kicked out of the room. Keep the messages going so I can have an idea of what they're doing because I'm going to reach out to X support. I'm going to ask them what the fuck is going on with these spaces, why they're purposefully sabotaging them, and I need as much ammunition as I can get from you guys in terms of feedback.
Add to this, the Iraqi government has on numerous times asked us to get out. Our presence there is unlawful. Our presence in Syria is unlawful. Our presence in Jordan is probably lawful. I'm sure the king welcomes us there, but that's a good chunk of the 57,000. Why not do what Reagan did after the bombing of the Marine barracks in the early 1980s in Lebanon? Just bring everybody home. I suppose old Joe doesn't want to do that. The Republicans would say he was a weakling.
Well, President Reagan was a different person and had a different view of the region. We did not at that point. Well, President Reagan was a different person and had a different view of the region. We did not at that point unconditionally support whatever the Israeli government wanted. In other words, he was favorably disposed to Israel, as we all are.
Not all.
He did not see any point to having U.S. forces in harm's way as a benefit strategically to Israel. Well, that's changed, and I think this current government sees it in precisely that fashion, and so, frankly, does the Congress, that is the House and the Senate. They all see this as a wonderful opportunity to finally come to terms with the great Satan that is Iran.
Is bombing diplomacy?
What? A civil war in Ukraine?
No, absolutely not. In fact, bombing someone into submission just has not worked very well for us. We tried it in the run-up to Vietnam and then throughout the Vietnam period. People like to point to the negotiations that were held in Paris and Richard Nixon's decision to ramp up the bombing in order to bring the North Vietnamese to the table. But in the final analysis, these efforts to bomb, just as sanctions for the most part, haven't had much impact. Neither has bombing. What does happen is that you end up alienating more people and usually stiffening resistance against you. That certainly happened in Vietnam. It happened during World War II. I think we're seeing that same sort of thing emerge in the Middle East. And it just is not the right instrument if you're trying to change attitudes towards the United States.
Colonel, is it your argument that if we were to bomb Iran, whether at the instigation of Prime Minister Netanyahu or because one of these tit-for-tat things that we're involved with now gets out of control, that we would actually begin the process that might jeopardize Israel's existence as a country?
Well, the problem is that Mr. Netanyahu, I think, is playing an all-or-nothing game. In other words, he's decided to roll the dice. And that means that Israel could be enormously successful, particularly if we are successful at utterly destroying Iran. Or Israel could be very much at risk and actually go out of existence if things don't go the right way. This is very dangerous thinking. There's nothing incremental about it. There's nothing cautious or balanced about it. It's a dangerous ploy. But I think that's exactly what's happening right now with Mr. Netanyahu. I think he's decided, and you have to listen to his speeches. He says this is an existential question for us. Either we rid ourselves of the Arabs inside Israel and build the new greater Israel and establish what is effectively our supremacy in the region, or we will eventually be destroyed by these people. That's the way he looks at it. There is nothing in between. So I think he's willing to risk exactly what you described, the destruction of his country, if he can get what he wants, which is for the United States to eliminate Israel's opponents in the region. And the principal opponent in his mind at the moment is Iran.
Do you think he's given up on his efforts to secure the release of the Israeli hostages safely from Hamas?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, it certainly doesn't look promising at this point. But I think he's also made that clear in his discussions that there are greater things involved than the hostages. as much as he wants to extract the hostages from the custody of Hamas, the real strategic mission that he's on is what we've described, which is the complete eradication of the Arabs from his country and supremacy for him and his country in the region. And of course, none of that is achievable, quite frankly, without us. Thus far, we are providing unconditional support. So I think he would welcome a war between the United States and Iran. And he's hoping that that's what he's going to get. That's what he and his supporters here in the United States have been working toward for at least 2 decades. I would argue almost 3.
A war between the United States and Iran, does that mean U.S. ground troops invading Iran, or is it an air war, which would test our offensive weaponry against Russian and Chinese, presumably, supplied defensive systems?
Well, remember that in Vietnam, everything began as quote-unquote an air and naval war until finally the war progressed to the point where ground forces had to be committed. Usually ground forces were committed when it became clear that the air campaigns were not successful. The argument that the Air Force has been trying to make for a long time is that precision now ensures that they will be successful. The problem with that assumption is that it ignores the changes and lethality of air defense technology and the probability that you're not going to be able to penetrate air defenses with ease and attack with impunity anything that you find. So I think that the danger is that lots of people in Washington see this as essentially what you described. Well, this is an air campaign. We've punished the Iranians enough, they'll go away. I see a very different outcome. I see that Iran will double down and fight tenaciously against us for as long as it can. And it will be joined by others in the process over time. And that's the problem. The Russians are certainly not going to allow Iran to be destroyed by us. And they will provide the Iranians with everything and anything they can give them. And I think the same is true for China. The Chinese are very dependent upon the Straits of Hormuz and the transport of oil and gas, as well as food out of West Africa, or East Africa. So they're not going to be ready to walk away and ignore Iran. So you have the potential for a much larger regional war. And then, of course, you have something that's going on now that had never happened in the past, certainly not for centuries, and that is cooperation between Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Iran. And they know, the Saudis and the Emirates know, that wherever there are U.S. forces in the Middle East will become targets for the Iranians. So they're very sensitive to that. They don't want a war either, but that doesn't mean that they will blame Iran if Iran finds it necessary to attack U.S. facilities, bases, and harbors in the region that happen to be in their countries or on their soil. So I think that what this promises to do, long run, is essentially create a region-wide alliance of Muslim states against Israel and the United States. Again, you started off with the discussion about the Houthis. Why are the Houthis suddenly attacking shipping, and specifically shipping that is U.S. or Israeli? And the answer is very simple, because of what's happened in Gaza since 7 October. But no one wants to say that. In other words, we are under attack, we are under assault because of our support for what's happening in Gaza. That's it. If we stepped in and stopped what's happening in Gaza, the attacks against our forces in the region would stop. The Houthis would stop.
Is Israel a strategic national security asset to the United States?
At the moment, it certainly is not. It's an asset when it's a benefit. Right now, it's a hazard to it.
Liability.
Where do you think this is going? I mean, how much bullying and bombing can Joe Biden get away with?
Well, I think it's a mistake to talk in terms of just Joe Biden. I think the Republicans and the majority of Democrats have all decided to throw in with this game. And that's the way they view it. They do not understand what war means. They don't understand that bombing, on the assumption that bombing will produce a change that's beneficial to us, is not going to happen. That's why I tried in the article to point out that every time we bombed the Vietnamese, they adjusted, they reorganized.
Hey guys, do me a favor. Troll Alex Jones's space and let's try to peel off some people listening to the fucking melon head and bring him into this room, into the true light. Because you see the bullshitter, the sensational artist, emergency broadcast. World braces for release of Tucker Carlson interview as the deep state accelerates the war on the press. Tune in now. Let's troll that melon trans porn watching piece of verminous dog shit.
Pedophile.
All right, back to the Colonel. Colonel, hello.
They found new ways to adapt, and then they found ways to attack us where we are weak. I would expect the Iranians to do the same thing. I would also expect other countries in the region over time to throw in with the Iranians and support them. And again, I've always said that it was only a matter of time until the Turks, even though the Turks are historic rivals of the Iranians, will find it impossible to stay out of this fight. So I think the problem is that there are false assumptions that are underpinning this decision to bomb. I think if President Biden went to the Congress and actually asked for a declaration of war against Iran, he would get it. That's what I don't think most Americans understand. And Americans aren't in the picture. They're not really being consulted. The average American says, oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea to bomb, because he doesn't understand what that means. It's back to the problem with the so-called bombs away club. There are always a third of the electorate out there that are willing to sign on for any bombings. But to go,
remember that Max Blumenthal metric? Less than 3 in 10 Americans even know we have troops in Syria, right?
For a war, that's a very different matter. But again, war hasn't visited us as a nation at home since the Civil War in 1865. But this could change very rapidly with Iran and with the rest of the region. We could find ourselves fighting here at home, dealing with the terrorism and dealing with dangers emanating from Latin America into our country, where Latin America is host to many of these Islamist organizations.
Is the United States militarily prepared, naval, air, ground, to wage an invasion of Iran?
No, certainly not. I mean, our ground force is in ruins. And I don't think that anybody in Washington deludes themselves into believing that they could order a mobilization of the country using a draft in order to fight Iran. That's just not going to happen. So I think, sadly, what we're up against right now is this assumption that ships at sea and aircraft in the air, by delivering long-range strikes, are going to change things in Iran. They'll change things. They'll make the place infinitely more dangerous and hostile to us. And Iran will have an inexhaustible supply of allies to help it. But it's certainly not going to induce change in Iranian behavior towards us. In other words, we're not going to bomb anybody into submission. That's absurd. That will not happen.
Why do Western governments seek justification through war, Colonel?
Well, I think, again, the use of long-range strike weapons is similar to sex without consequences. But we know that unless you use protection, you're going to have problems if you have sex with somebody. So the same thing is true in war. If you're bombing or striking with missiles or anything else, first of all, you have to have a very large supply of bombs and missiles. I don't think our supplies are really adequate right now. We've expended vast quantities, and reproducing more missiles, Tomahawk missiles and other strike missiles, quickly is extremely difficult. We have no surge capacity. We can't rapidly ramp up and provide more. Ships have to go back to port to reload. Submarines do not, at least not for a while, because they tend to carry more. But eventually they too will have to go to a protected port facility to reload. So you can't sustain this kind of damage for a long time without having to pause. Whenever you pause, of course, your adversary adjusts. And I think, again, the adversary has far, far more strike weapons at its disposal than we do. They have thousands of missiles ready to go. And those are precise, and they're going to hit us. Again, the problem is that the mind is stuck in 1991. But we are not in 1991. This is 2024. Our arsenal is considerably smaller. The numbers of forces at our disposal are considerably smaller. And as a result, this is not going to go well for us. It's going to turn into a very long, arduous campaign if we embark upon it.
I mean, your statements are so rational, so derived from a grand understanding of the forces at play here. I guess the chances are slim and none that the people running the State Department now, it presumably will be a different group of people a year from now, will not accept your rationale, and that this president will want to attack innocents abroad in order to enhance his political chances of re-election at home.
Well, I don't know, if this is going to enhance anybody's chances for anything at home, because I think it'll be so destructive and counterproductive that no one will benefit from it inside the United States or in Great Britain, assuming the British tag along. I think you've got to go back to 2002 and 2003. And there were many statements and discussions made in Rumsfeld's office. And reportedly, in the spring of 2003, there were some questions raised about what happens if we go in and what happens if we don't, and how many forces do we need, and we need this and that and so forth. So supposedly, Dr. Wolfowitz spoke up and said, look, we just want to get the army into Iraq. In other words, the goal here is just to drag in the U.S. Army into Iraq. Just as the goal in 1965 was to drag the United States Army into Vietnam. McNamara called General Leninist, who was the supreme commander of the forces in Europe, escaped, and said, General Leninist, how long do you think it'll take us to get the 101st into Vietnam? And General Leninist said, well, not too long. He said, the real question is, how long is it going to take us to get it out? Well, the second question was the right question. And unfortunately, the second question has not been asked. No one is asking what happens after you pulverize, 400 or 500 targets in cities and military installations and harbors in Iran. Well, then you're at war. And that war is not going to be a tight, tiny little package that you can manage without interference from anybody else. It's going to spread like wildfire all the way across the region. It's going to involve the emergence of new enemies that you never expected. It's going to involve the arrival of new weapons and capabilities in Iran that are not there now, that will be provided by others. None of these things are being addressed, and the people on the Hill don't think like that. On the Hill, I've heard repeatedly, again and again and again, we killed 3 of our guys. Well, I certainly regret that. But if you're going to go on deployment in the regular army, whether you're a reservist or not, you have to accept the possibility that you could be killed. And 3 dead is not justification to declare war on anyone. What it suggests we should do is re-examine what we're doing and ask the question, is the loss worth it? In other words, what do we gain by losing soldiers and resources in the region? And right now, I don't think we gain anything strategically from being in Syria or Iraq. We are, in fact, exposed to a danger that we could otherwise avoid. And we do not have any interest as a nation in going to war with anybody in the region. But the fact that we think we do is entirely due to the relationship we have with Israel at this point. And this prime minister in Israel is going to exploit that to the nth degree.
If a war breaks out and the U.S. is involved as Iran's principal adversary, does Iran have the military wherewithal to destroy Israel?
Yes, it does, and it does not need a nuclear weapon to do it. And of course, this then leads into a discussion of when you bomb Iran, what do you do? What do you attack? And this is where people get confused and think that selecting targets is a strategy. And someone will speak up, no doubt, on the Air Force side and say, well, we probably have more targets than we have aircraft, munitions, and ships and missiles. In other words, if we're going to prevent Israel from being struck by the vast arsenal of missiles at the disposal of the Iranians, then we'll have to go in and hit far, far more targets with far more munitions and aircraft and ships than we ever have in our history. Because if we don't do that, we cannot guarantee that Israel will not be on the receiving end of devastating missile strikes. Again, these are the things that have to be discussed. That's why you have staff studies. That's why staff run through in great detail all of the requirements, and then you model to the best of your ability what you think is going to happen. I am very skeptical that we have done that. I think we've done parts of it over the years, but I don't think we've looked honestly at the entire picture.
Would any country besides Great Britain, with its very weak and depleted military, come to the aid of the United States in a military way?
It seems very doubtful. There are very few out there that could make a material difference to us. Probably our most powerful ally is Japan. And there is no provision for the Japanese in the event of any emergency to come to our aid. We, however, are obligated to go to theirs. That was the point that President Trump made when he was visiting in Japan that upset many people. But that's the truth. So, no, I think we would be on our own. Now, the British seem to have lost their minds because they have an army of roughly 72,000, and they're actually talking about committing ground forces to Ukraine. Well, 72,000 British soldiers, if you move the entire army to Ukraine, would be swallowed up by the terrain and the force requirements that exist in the war between Ukraine and Russia. We're living in kind of a never-never land, I think, in both Great Britain and the United States. And that's why your question was a very important one. You know, do we have any ground forces to go into a place like Iran, which is the size of Western Europe and has a population of 90 million? The answer is no, we don't have. We could go in and seize a point. We could take a particular harbor or a port city or something. We could land down south in Baluchistan, where the Baluchis are anti-Pakistani and anti-Iranian. What good would it do us? Probably not much. And we would be targets sitting on the edge of a great desert in the mountain range. None of this makes any sense strategically for us. None of it.
Colonel, thank you very much. I wish those people you talked to on the Hill would listen to you, but I somehow think that all of your logic visited upon them would be fruitless. And
yeah, McGregor knows what's up. He actually tells the truth, right? Yeah, all his, oh, we're friends of Israel stuff is cringe, right? Cringe AF, right? And the Trumpanzee derangement is cringe, but at least he tells the truth about the military situation, about the geopolitical realities. Here's another guy that's very good, Alistair Crook, former British diplomat.
Good day, my dear friend, and welcome here. We have a lot to talk about. Big picture, the Western world using war as justification and the continued annihilation of Gaza. But before we get there, just a couple of questions on Ukraine. Since last we spoke, the president of Ukraine has made it known that he plans to fire General Zaluzhny. Sounds like he can't seem to do this. But when an announcement like this is made, and when it was preceded by his commander, General Zaluzhny, saying, I need another 500,000 men who simply don't exist, What does this tell you about the state of affairs in the Ukrainian government and militarily between Ukraine and Russia?
It tells us the center is coming apart. I mean, the central part, the command structure, the sort of inner core of Ukraine in Kiev is coming apart. They're fighting on all levels. They're fighting with each other. Yeah, there is a big fight on. Victoria Nuland, the great fixer of Ukraine, made a hurried rush there. And everyone thought that after that, it would be fixed because she'd lay down the law. But it wasn't. It's still going on. And as far as I know, Zaluzhny is still the commander-in-chief, and Zelensky is still in his office. But forces are massing around Poroshenko, around Zelensky, in the Rada, in the parliament, to form, if you like, to be in waiting to take power when the moment is right. So we're seeing really the coming apart, the fragmentation of the core element to Ukraine.
Is there any question but that this will end either in an obliteration of the Zelensky government or in a negotiated settlement, and that will probably, one of those two events will probably happen this year?
When you talk about negotiated settlement, it will be capitulation. I mean, you can call that a negotiated settlement, but basically Russia will set the terms for the political future. Is it going to happen? I think, effectively the war, the war is over, but not quite finished. It is settled. I mean, we know who has won the war. We know that it can continue in the same vein. Russia is gaining ground all the time. And it's really a question of whether there will be, if you like, a decision to capitulate in Kiev, which would be very difficult under Zelensky, or else Russia will continue until there's really no choice but to capitulate. And that's been made pretty clear by Putin. The government, the existing government with the extreme ultra-nationalists is not acceptable to Russia. It has to go in their view. And so that will be the final point. They're not going to negotiate with the leaders there unless they take a very different stance and understand that this is the outcome of the war is settled, but not quite over. It's still going on a bit in Avdiivka, but even that is almost settled.
What will it take for Victoria Nuland and her neocon colleagues to recognize that this whole experiment was an unmitigated disaster from day one to the present?
I don't think people like that ever admit it. And they will go on with the justifications and say, well, it was a great idea. It was just, Zelensky let us down, the Ukrainians let us down, everyone let them down. I think if you recall, it was exactly the same with Vietnam. At the end of it, I remember, all those sort of senior officers from that were at West Point and training the troops, wrote all those books. I saw some of them, which said, actually, we could have won in Vietnam. We were winning, but the politicians let us down. It'll be the same.
Right. One last question. If the United States Congress comes to some sort of an agreement and adds 50 or 60 billion, either in cash or military equipment, to the 13 billion a year for 4 years that the EU is now giving Ukraine, where will this money go?
I would think a lot of it.
Hold on a second. Where is this? Let's play this South African guy that's getting some buzz.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we've not called for the killing of white people. At least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies. Cry babies.
I'm not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now.
I can't give you a guarantee of the future, especially when things are going the way they are.
Subtext.
Especially if things are going the way they are, there will be a revolution in this country, I can tell you now.
We are not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now. That means at some future date, we may call for the slaughter of white people. Is that correct?
Let's deal with that at that future date. I don't know what's going to happen.
So you're saying you're not ruling out that in the future, you may very well call for the slaughter of white people?
It may not be me.
Could it be you?
It could be me, yes, but it may not be me.
Yeah, so it could be you. You could, at some future date, call for the slaughter of white people.
Shoot to kill Hamas, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa.
Well, obviously, that's not a good look, and you got to condemn any kind of calls for genocide, right? So Julius Malema clipped up pretty in a pretty bad, he was. This whole framing of this whole discussion is not looking good for him, and Elon Musk is making hay with it. Just tweeting this: the likely future of South Africa calls for genocide of the 4 million whites who live there. And as a South African, he has every right to speak out. And who doesn't condemn that? Now he can, revolutions involve violence, involve killing. That is all correct. But to frame it as the slaughter of white people might have to commence is completely despicable and wrong-headed and immoral. So not a good look. And I know that this guy's a supporter of Palestine, so not a good association. He needs to kind of, especially if he's going to be, if there's a good shot, this guy being the next prime minister, he has to retract that kind of shot. That's clearly unacceptable conduct.
That will even probably come to new estates in Italy. We heard that the mayor of Kiev has bought some huge property in Germany. At the end of these projects, when everyone can see that it is crumbling, the aim is to steal as much as you can and run for it.
Right.
And I think that's basically what will happen. You can see the money is already dried out at the outer periphery, and it's getting closer and closer to the central core. And now the central core can barely survive on what's coming. And in Europe, there's panic because they realized, they're going to be left having to finance Ukraine for the foreseeable future if things are as they are, with the idea they fear that Mr. Trump might win the election. It looks fairly likely. And so they're in a panic about that, and I don't think they're very confident that the money is going to come from Congress for Ukraine. So they're left, holding the baby, and they're not very happy about that, and they can't sustain it, frankly. They were the day it passed the 50 billion, and Hungary folded on it. There were agricultural protests across Europe.
You remember that? Do you remember European Victor calling us up from Belgium, telling us about these protests? We didn't hear a thing about it, and now he's bringing it up. You see, they only show you what they want you to see. They only cover what they want you to manipulate you with.
So, in Italy, in France, really major protests. Why? Because they've lost all their subsidies that for agricultural use of diesel, all these things, the tax breaks. So at the same time that they were skimming it off the farmers and reduce.
This is all the chickens coming home to roost because of the energy policy vis-a-vis Russia, Ukraine. So now they kicked the can down the road, right? Because they didn't want the people to feel it with these subsidies. Now that there's no more money for these subsidies to continue, there's going to be real economic pain in Europe, not like there hasn't been already. So it's going to be exacerbated. So there are serious headwinds economically for the West. It's coming apart.
Reducing them to penury. They were busily sending 50 billion or committing 50 billion to Ukraine. It didn't go very well. It didn't look very good.
None of that was explained in mainstream media in the
Right.
US. This is the
Right.
first I've heard
Right.
of the suffering of farmers and the reduction of their tax credits. Switching gears to what's going on in Iraq, what do you think is Joe Biden's goal with these 85 or 90 attacks on people in a country we spent $2 trillion to liberate from Saddam Hussein, theoretically, 20 years ago?
Well, you know, it's I've described it, I suppose, somewhat rudely, as psychotherapy missile attacks. You know, these are not intended to inflict great hurt. They haven't touched Iran, by the way. Nothing. IRGC bases, Iranians haven't been touched by these. It's been very clear that they've decided. There's obviously been a long debate in Washington, and they've decided they don't want to do anything against Iran. So these are minor attacks. It hasn't affected any of the militia because they emptied all their bases beforehand. And so mostly the attacks have been, some of them have been on ammunition storages belonging to the Iraqi government and on other things of very little consequence. And that's why I call it psychotherapy. The aim is really basically to sort of, like in Yemen, is to say, look, you know, here we are. We could hurt you, you know, but we're just doing a little slap on the wrist for now. But we want quiet in the region. We want to lower the level so that we can get Gaza sorted out, and then everything will go quiet and we can go back to the world as it was. Only that's not going to happen.
Here's an interview yesterday with Admiral Kirby and one of my former colleagues at Fox News, arguing that since we tell the terrorists or supposed terrorists, since we tell the militias that we're going to attack, if they get hit, if they don't move, they're really the world's dumbest militia. Cut number 4, Chris.
Militia leaders can't say they weren't warned, and if any of them were still around the target areas, they are the world's dumbest terrorists. Was it too much of a delay?
Two thoughts there. First, it's not like we held back any notification that we were going to respond if our troops were attacked. I mean, the president's been clear. We will respond. So it's not as if prior to the attack last weekend that the militia groups and the IRGC and folks in Tehran didn't know that we were going to take seriously any attack on our troops or on our facilities. And then with the specific attack that we struck, the targets we struck on Friday night, I mean, you want to do this in a deliberate way. You want to do it. You want to carefully select your targets. You want to make sure that that all the parameters are in place to have good effects, including factoring in the weather. I mean, these attacks were using manned aircraft. You want to make sure your pilots can get in and get out safely. So there was a lot of planning that went into that. Again, the Pentagon believes we had good effect, that we hit what we were aiming at.
What is their purpose, in your view, with these so-called pinprick attacks, as numerous as they were? And remember, they're using B-1 bombers, which are enormous and can drop a 2,000-pound bomb if they want.
Well, the parameters were the opposite. The parameters, quite clearly, were not to cause any really serious damage. I mean, there were none of those militias were really hit or hurt. Yes, some warehouses, some empty sheds were. I mean, it was a very expensive demolition of property, but nothing has really affected the capabilities. The weapons that were damaged were mostly Iraqi official weapons rather than militia weapons. Now, what's going on, as I say, is simply really trying to signal that, the US really doesn't want a big war, doesn't want a wider war, but if only you just be quiet and stop your attacks on US bases, then we can all get to go along together.
We're in Moscow.
Except that it's ended up with the Iraqis being very angry. I mean, even if they were not killed in large numbers, I mean, it was mostly night watchmen, poor people, who suffered rather than the troops or anything like this. But they're angry because they think about Iraq as a sovereign country, incorrectly, but they feel that they should be sovereign. And they don't like, suddenly having B-1 bombers drop bombs over them, even if it didn't hurt very much. It hurts their esteem. It hurts their pride. It hurts their nationalism. So they've reacted, and they've already immediately the bombings finished. They attacked Ain al-Assad base in Iraq. They've attacked the Konoko in Syria. So the attacks are going on. It's just the same as in Yemen. America goes and does this sort of psychotherapy with a few missiles and says, now you must understand the message, but they don't get it. In fact, what happens is they get angry, and the retaliation, the reaction is the greater. One example of that was the Iraq has now cut off the oil supply to Jordan because they say Jordan was involved in the attacks with its aircraft.
Tell me how this works from the diplomatic side. Would Secretary Blinken or National Security Advisor Sullivan call up the French president, the German chancellor, the British prime minister, the Polish president, etc., and tell them what's going on and say, look, we really don't want to start a war. This is going to be very limited. The president's under a lot of pressure. We have to do something. What do you expect happen diplomatically in the 2 weeks between the deaths of those 3 American soldiers, the injury of the 38 or 39 others, and these attacks over the weekend?
Oh, yeah. The message will have been passed by the Swiss embassy in Iran. That is the conduit to Iran for the United States. So they will have passed the message. And the Iranians would have informed the Iraqis. But I'm sure that Washington, through its ambassadors, will have informed the Iraqi prime minister and the Jordanians and other interested parties. I don't know if they informed the Syrian. I'm sure they did in some way, but I don't know about that. But yes, the word has gone out. We don't want no widening of the war, no raising of the flames of this war. We want all of this to be quiet so we can concentrate on trying to get peace in Gaza and sorting out Lebanon so that we can all go back to the old normal, the status quo ante.
But if you wanted to start a war using a sort of inverse false flag, if you will, wouldn't you just put your troops into harm's way as sitting ducks and wait for the adversary to attack or kill them, as immoral and reprehensible as that is, and use that as an excuse to attack? Isn't this something that Victoria Nuland and Lindsey Graham would love to confront?
Well, that's why they've always tried to keep the troops there. And you remember that Trump, when he was president, tried to remove them and wasn't allowed to do that. He wanted them out of Syria and out of Iraq, and he wasn't allowed to do that. Of course, they want them there, but now there's a new factor in it. I mean, the overall message coming out of the White House is we do not want a replay of Kabul. We don't want to see, American troops in humiliation being sort of hurried out of Iraq or Syria with, the militia sort of fighting, on their on their coattails, firing at them planes as they take off and go. So that's the overriding political message is, we can't afford another Kabul in an election year.
Let's transition over to Israel. As far as you know, is the United States still beating a drum for the two-state solution, as unlikely or maybe as impossible as that seems in the near future?
Yes. I mean, this is where we effectively are. I mean, we're doing, the United States is really doing an exercise in posture, in trying to say, that we can get everything quiet and down, the level of violence down, by massaging it and massaging it politically. But the means that they're using are really nonsense. I mean, the two-state solution, they talk about it, they talk about recognizing a Palestinian state now, according to Tom Friedman and to David Ignatius. But you can't do just that. I mean, first of all, there are sort of rules about recognizing a state. It has to control its territory, control its people, and have a real government. And of course, Palestinians don't have any of that. But more than that, I mean, what is the main block to a Palestinian state is the settlements in the West Bank. And these settlements really came into being after 73, the 73 war, when at that point, Israel was forced to hand back to Egypt the land that it had occupied during the earlier 67 war. But as part of that, when they had to hand back the land that they had been occupying to Egypt, to Sinai, it started a process by which these nationalist groups and others said, no more. We're going to grab and we're going to hold everything we can of the occupation. We're not going to go down this route ever again. And so we've moved further and further away from any political solution, any ability to have a two-state solution. Look, there are, the figures vary, but say 700 to 800,000 settlers. And I think I've mentioned before, Sharon actually sent me to meet them. And he sent him with his top aide, Rafi Eitan, and I went to the settlements. And they were told to speak to me freely. I was Sharon's guest, the prime minister. And my goodness, they did. And it was shocking.
What did they tell you?
They were fanatics. They hate the Palestinians, I mean, with a degree of fervor that really was shocking. And they hate anyone that interferes with them. They were quite clear, even then. They would fight to the end against the Israeli army, Israeli government, anyone that tried to remove them. And I mean, these people are real zealots. I mean, I see, one of those sort of articles from being put out by the White House briefing, oh, well, we just displaced them somewhere else. Oh, come on, this is it will be a sea of blood. And the Israeli army, who have a great deal of settlers in their midst, most of their senior command are settlers. I mean, I'm not going to do this job. 800,000, how are you going to get rid of those? It's just fantasy. This is just what is being spun out of the White House in order to try and say, we're managing the difficulty. And in fact, what they're not doing, they're not only not managing it, or managing it in a particularly stupid way by trying to pretend that a Palestinian state is possible, when the whole point of the settlement action was to stop a Palestinian state coming. And by doing this, they ignore the real thing, which is that Israel has lost the principles, the structures, the system on which it existed. Zionism was, if you like, exploded. The principles on which it lay were exploded on the 7th of October by the Hamas explosion out of Gaza at that time. Security went. And so Israel is in an existential bind. And they know that, simply repeating the mantra of a two-state solution, which is impossible to actually implement, talking about Saudi Arabia and, if you like, normalization will solve everything. Everyone knows this isn't the case. And so Israel is getting closer and closer to this point where, there's a big collision between the rejectionist of a Palestinian state, rejectionist of what happened in 73 with Egypt, and the Arab objection, and the Iranian rejectionists who say, we can't, peace with Israel could be possible, but how can we live with a potentially genocidal state that uses overwhelming violence to resolve all of its problems and wants to grab as much land between the river and the sea and leave no Palestinians in the way? I don't think, this is the fundamental problem. And the Washington and the Europeans are simply producing unworkable palliatives and saying, we're managing it very well. We've got plans for this. First of all, we'll hurt Iran, which didn't get very far. And then we will come up with a Palestinian state. And what they are suggesting is that they will have some sort of pseudo-recognition of a Bantustan that is posing as a state. It'll have a flag and a stamp, but none of the attributes of the state. It will be demilitarized. It will be without political power. It will be, if you like, at the mercy of the security forces of Israel.
Before we go, I would like you to weigh in on Prime Minister Netanyahu's dilemma about the hostages and a ceasefire, combined with the threat of one of his two extreme right-wing partners, Ben Gvir, who basically said if there's a ceasefire, we're out of the government. If we're out of the government, Likud does not have a coalition that is a majority, and it's time for new elections, and Bibi's out of office. What do you think he'll do?
I don't think it's so difficult for him, actually. I saw, that this was supposed to be, according to one expert, a sort of frog in the throat for Netanyahu. What's the frog? He's been against a two-state solution from the beginning. And many Israelis are against a two-state solution. And many Palestinians and Arabs in the Islamic world don't believe in it either. And so what's the problem? He's already announced, and which has serious support in Israel, of taking putting a military, if you like, net across from the river to the sea to secure the entire area of Greater Israel, and to react to any opposition to that with, as usual, absolute violence.
What about the hostages? Are they no longer on the front burner for the Israeli government?
They're not in the front burner because, first of all, we have to see the deal that was orchestrated, which was managed by the head of CIA and by Qatar and Egypt. Is one that I don't think is likely to survive very long if it's ever accepted by Hamas, because it's full of holes. First of all, Hamas is supposed to give up women and young people and elderly at the outset. There isn't a ceasefire there. The ceasefire only comes after they've given these hostages. And then the ceasefire goes along, and at any point in this process, then Israel can go back to military action. It's said at the end of any one phase, Israel has the right to go back to bombing Gaza. It's not exactly a political settlement. It may be used by Hamas to find some sort of tactical advantage. I think that the whole of this process that is going at the moment with Qatar and Egypt trying to persuade Hamas, put a lot of political pressure on Hamas to do it, really is because the Israeli army and Israel needs a break. It's tired. It's had, it's suffered a lot of losses both in Gaza and in the north. And they need to reconstruct some of their military before they turn their attention to pushing Hezbollah back across the Litani.
Can the Israeli army slaughter in Gaza and attack Hezbollah at the same time without fear of bringing in another state actor to resist them?
I've said this before, when and if, and I think it's inexorable that sooner or later, because this is the only way out of their dilemma. They haven't succeeded in Gaza. They're not succeeding in the West Bank. A Palestinian state is not desirable from their point of view. How do they break out of it? They're looking for something that will confirm a victory for the government and for Israel that they can rejoice in, and a victory over Hezbollah would be a great achievement. And I think it's this sort of catharsis is seen to be necessary by many Israelis in order to bring Israel together. But by doing that, they may be setting their own demise, because a war with Hezbollah is not at all predictable as to the outcome in the way in which it's thought. It is something that could bring about the end of Israel.
Alistair Crook, always a pleasure, my dear friend. Thank you for your time.
He's good, man.
Insight. We'll see you again, Nick.
See, that's the one thing about Judge Napolitano, and that's another. This is a difficult thing because a lot of these guys have some checkered skeletons in their closet. Judge Napolitano being one of them, Scott Ritter, another guy. In terms of whatever, being down low and trolling for like underage or young girls or whatever, but we have to go with the content. Now, the content is solid, right? And the information is good. That's why I'm featuring these guys, right? Not, the purity spiral thing, I get it. It's unfortunate, but we have to go with the content. Here's another guy. I learned a lot from Professor Jeffrey Sachs. He's one of the good ones, folks. He's one of the good ones. Except, there's a limit. There's always a limit because none of them will be as honest as we are. Right? So they'll still gatekeep the Nazi, Uncle H, and the Holocaust and the fake history and whatever. But once again, they'll tell you the truth about the geopolitical realities of the day. And that's all we can go on. We live on the good side, right? But we know they're not in this community, but they're not one of us, right? Right? Thank you, Jesus.
Judging Freedom. Today is Friday, February 2nd. Fine time for us. I'm glad you're in the U.S. this time, but thank you so much for joining us. A lot going on in Ukraine. $50 billion either loan or grant from the EU to the government. In Israel, where, from what I see, the decision by the International Court of Justice does not seem to have tempered the behavior of the Netanyahu government one bit. And in Pakistan, where they put their political opponents away on trumped-up charges for 10 years.
Right, Imran Khan got railroaded.
Anywhere without being interrupted. The Secretary of State can't leave his house in Washington, D.C. without people throwing what appears to be, but is not actually, gallons of blood on the street in front of him. Bobby Kennedy says if he becomes president, he'll stop the war in Ukraine, but will not stop the slaughter in Gaza. Okay, how's that for an introduction? Do we have enough to talk about, Jeff?
Well, let's go for it.
All right, let's start with Ukraine. The EU has agreed to lend or give 50 billion euros, about 54 billion US dollars over 4 years to Ukraine. This is cash. This is not military equipment. They don't have the military equipment to give. If they do, it'd be second and third rate. In order to achieve this, they needed unanimity. In order to get unanimity, they had to use a carrot and a stick on Viktor Orban, the president of Hungary, who's the only one of them that understands the relationship between the EU leaders, that understands the relationship between Russia and Ukraine. What carrot, what stick, and what is Ukraine going to do with the cash?
Well, let's start out with the situation in Europe. Europe is in an economic recession because of the backlash, the boomerang effect of the sanctions. By cutting trade between Russia and Europe, it's Europe that has ended up suffering. The center of the European economy is German industry. German industry is in contraction because a lot of German industry was based on the
cheap Russian gas
that was imported from Russia. So when you look at the politics of Europe, there isn't a popular leader in Europe right now that is in this pro-war coalition. In fact, the approval ratings of people like Chancellor Scholz of Germany are in the low 20s. That's generally true across Europe right now. In other words, Europe is adopting policies that are extremely unpopular with the people of Europe. I think they are mistaken policies. Viktor Orban of Hungary is not alone now because the government of Slovakia is now also saying, though it wasn't pressing in this particular negotiation, but it is very clearly saying that this war in Ukraine needs to end at the negotiating table. The elections in the Netherlands led to the most votes for a politician, Geert Wilders, who is against the NATO war with Russia. The fact of the matter is the politics in the European Union are absolutely against this war. Now, the leaders have been falling into line with the U.S. approach all along. They've not said a word about negotiations. They have been gung-ho on the war. What is is
oh shit, they turned off the mic, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just got a message. All right, hold on a second.
Before this war started.
Hold on a second,
we
folks.
should have allowed them.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is what we have to put up with. I don't know how much you missed, so I'll go back. I'll go back 3 minutes.
What carrot? What stick? And what is Ukraine going to do with the cash?
Well, let's start out with the situation in Europe. Europe is in an economic recession because of the backlash, the boomerang effect of the sanctions. By cutting trade between Russia and Europe, it's Europe that has ended up suffering. The center of the European economy is German industry. German industry is in contraction because a lot of German industry was based on the low-cost energy that was imported from Russia. So when you look at the politics of Europe, there isn't a popular leader in Europe right now that is in this pro-war coalition. In fact, the approval ratings of people like Chancellor Scholz of Germany are in the low 20s. That's generally true across Europe right now.
Right. That's a good sign, right? That all of these warmongering, genocide enablers, Ukraine supporters of Western Europe, the vassal slave states of Zog, this Anglo-Judeo empire, right? American empire, stealth Judaic empire. They're all going down to defeat. Slovakia got new leadership that's anti-Ukraine, right? Pro-Russian. And this is going to happen across Europe. Sunak is wildly unpopular in the UK. Olaf Scholz is fucking horrible, right? Loathed in Germany. Macron is hated in France. It's all blowing up in their faces, right? But what can we expect? Another, kosher light, pre-selected candidate from Labor, Keir Starmer, whatever the fuck that guy is, the guy who thinks Jeffrey Corbyn's an anti-Semite. That's who you're going to replace Sunak with? Another slave? So we're all in the same boat. American, Dutch, English, French, German, Belgian, Flemish, they called, right? Whatever the fuck you're called. We're all in the same boat. We are shackled, bonded slaves of Zion. We need a global revolution, right? Especially in the West. We need to extract head from ass.
Now, in other words, Europe is adopting policies that are extremely unpopular with the people of Europe. I think they are mistaken policies. Viktor Orban of Hungary is not alone now because the government of Slovakia is now also saying, though it wasn't pressing in this particular negotiation, but it is very clearly saying that this war in Ukraine needs to end at the negotiating table. The elections in the Netherlands led to the most votes for a politician, Geert Wilders, who is against the NATO war with Russia. The fact of the matter is the politics in the European Union are absolutely against this war. Now, the leaders have been falling into line with the U.S. approach all along. They've not said a word about negotiations. They have been gung-ho on the war. What is the result of all of that gung-ho militarism? It is that step by step, Ukraine is being destroyed. It's being destroyed demographically because not only has Ukraine lost territory, but it's lost people by the millions who have fled the country. Some have gone to Russia, others have gone to the European Union. A vast number are displaced internally. The economy is destroyed, and vast numbers of Ukrainians are being wounded and killed each month. So what Europe is doing in thinking this is somehow coming to Ukraine's help is simply an extension of this mistake in policy that the U.S. led and that continues to this day. The only solution for this war in Ukraine is at the negotiating table. And the core issue that has been the casus belli, the cause of this war from the start in 2014, is NATO enlargement. And ironically, the person who personifies this disastrous approach, Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary of State, was in Kiev again. And rather than apologizing or resigning or leaving, she was there to tell them, we're going to give you more weapons. No single person has done more damage to Ukraine than Victoria Nuland. And she remains in responsibility as the point person.
In a sane world, upon arrival, Victoria Nuland would have been taken into custody and arrested, right? Because she is responsible. Not her solely, but she drove this fucking car, right? She was the one steering this whole agenda. I mean, listen, the buck stops at Biden, right? But in a sane world, as she was arriving on the tarmac, she would have been placed in custody and fucking tried as a war criminal. In a sane world.
In the United States, that's an extremely sad commentary on Joe Biden and his foreign policy and his team. So all of this is to say that, yes, Europe has voted 50 billion euros, which is a fair sum, but it's over 4 years. It's not.
Aryan, you want to say something? Aryan, hello.
Sir, can you hear me?
Go ahead. You're 5x5.
Cool. No, well, it's been glitching like crazy. Of course, I had.
Oh, look at
I don't know
Adam
if
Green's in the house.
Adam Green's in the house. So just terrible troubles. I lost your audio entirely. Did you have to drop out and come back in?
No. What the bastards did was turned off my microphone on me.
All right. Well, I was going to comment to what Jeffrey Sachs was talking about and what you said, because in Norway as well, our prime minister now has the lowest popularity of any prime minister in decades.
Joe Biden,
and
Biden just hit a new low for his presidency at 37%.
Yeah, I think that's along the lines of our prime minister as well. So nobody wants these people, and they just approved now 8 military bases for the U.S. to build here in Norway as well, without specifying anything. But obviously, it has to do with this whole buildup with, Ukraine and all the things that Sachs is talking about, because we've become like a major important cornerstone nation now, that we're the major supplier to the region of oil and gas and also electricity, because, we blew up the Nord Stream. And that report just came out from Sweden today, where they concluded with nothing. Their conclusion of the investigation after 18 months of the Nord Stream sabotage was they couldn't really. They suspect that maybe Ukraine did it.
Inconclusive, right? They're
inconclusive.
Inconclusive, right?
Just horseshit.
Yeah.
Just pure horseshit.
AKA whitewash.
Yes. Yeah. And, as for the part, you know, you mentioned as well with these people having kind of a checkered past and that kind of a thing. I think it's interesting because, you know, you have to have kind of a tenacity of crazy or to even, you know, get into this space and start speaking out and getting involved in these issues, because normal people, so-called normal people, average people, certainly don't get involved and don't speak out. And so you have to have, it seems like those who get involved somehow, they have to have some kind of eccentricism. So usually they always have, I'm still waiting for somebody to show up with some questions about my history and all the drugs and stuff I did. And I'm gonna have to explain how much fun I had. And that's not encouraging drug use, but that's usually how they do it. They find something, right? Because everybody usually has something.
A skeleton.
And then especially,
yeah.
Yes.
But,
and then especially, yeah.
What I'm encouraged about, Aryan, my friend Aryan in Norway, I'm encouraged by the number of females listening to attending the spaces. And I see it each week. There's more and more. And unfortunately, when you're talking about alt media, it's very one-sided. Like Alex Jones, how many women listen to Alex Jones? Not many. It's like a male-dominated thing. And I'm very happy and encouraged by the amount of female participation in these spaces. But go ahead.
Yeah, but like you mentioned though with Alex, he usually draws in, you know, a lot of the dude bro doom and gloomers as well, because it's always, you know, what you said earlier, the whole everything is, well, this is Alex Jones, we got bombshell smoking gun evidence,
right?
You know, it's smoking gun,
right?
Every time.
He's a sensationalist. He's a fucking sensationalist bullshit artist, like Bill Cooper called him 20-something years ago.
Right. And I've been hearing that for years, the whole bombshell smoking gun, and I tune in and it's like it's a whole big nothing burger. Or it's something that he's talked about before.
Great gay frogs in the Illuminati. Where
turning the frogs gay.
Leo Zagami will be in the next segment.
Hello, this is a Leo Zagami.
That Adam Green's a Jew. Here, you have to excuse me because I'm chewing gum. I sound like a cow chewing cud, but it's a gum I'm a chewing. Freemasonry is a crypto-Satanism. And I used to be myself in the Illuminati, don't you know? Yeah, that guy is atrocious. Atrocious. Yeah. He called Adam Green. And by the way,
he called who?
Adam Green.
He called Adam Green a shill.
A Jew.
A Jew.
Yeah. That's
wow. That's rich.
That's how you know, smart and high IQ Leo Zagami is. The Italian Freemason whistleblower, an info warrior, a contributor to Alex the Jones.
No, but it is, and you know, he usually has that same bunch of people on rotation, has done for years, and for a while, actually, one of the guys that got me stuck, you know, is Leo Zagami, because he's one of those leading you off the trail.
Right. He's a disinfo fucking asset of the New World Order. Listen, this guy is not, whatever, former Freemason, current Freemason, former CIA, current CIA. There's no fucking, it doesn't make a difference. Alex Jones, Leo Zagami, Jerome Corsi, Roger Stone, all these fucking lowlifes, right? These are the type of people that you find when you pick up a rock that are underneath it. The creatures, they are creatures, right? And all they do is bullshit you to get you on side with the whatever, the Zionist holy warriors, the Jesus people, right? The temple must be rebuilt.
Yeah, and like you said, that's eventually what you learn to do, though, is discern. You have to discern it from, you know, the content of what they're saying, the information that they're saying, and you kind of have to separate out, or at least, you know, recognize and come to the conclusion that, yeah, a lot of these people who are speaking out to take on, you know, to speak out and take on these elites or these institutions, you have to be a little bit crazy, because it's not, I mean, you're going up against powerful people, so you got to have that tenacity of crazy. And then, of course, like you said,
Orion's becoming a room favorite. People dig you, Orion.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's. Are you finished?
Yeah, more or less. You know, Jeffrey Sachs, he sums it all up, and all I can say is confirm that, yeah, with Norway as well.
I read a lot of Jeffrey Sachs when I did my preparation for my debate with the self-hating Latino white supremacist wannabe Brandy Martinez, when I destroyed him on Andrew's what's it called, the Crucible. When I went on the Crucible and I debated this fucking twat, right?
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Brian, also known as Brother B. And he likes to come on and say, Brother B in the house, y'all.
Yeah, that's right. For shizzle. Yeah, I wanted to let, is it Orjan, or is that how you pronounce his name?
Orjan.
Yeah, Orjan is fine. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Orjan, hey, what's up, brother? Just, you're not alone here. I have 16 years. March 10th, I'll have 17 years of continuous sobriety, drugs and alcohol. I was a live to use, used to live addict of the the lowest crackhead, heroin, whatever it was. And so you're not alone here. Just wanted to let you know. But I wanted to, is Adam in the house? I wanted to talk about his debate on the kill stream.
I don't see him. He popped in and he's not in here now. But
cool. I'll go back. I'll come back.
Yeah,
but I do have
you could come back later when I'm sure he'll pop back in.
Well, I have something relative to what you were saying, because I've been, the stream has been in and out. Like one minute you're talking about South Africa and then back to Israel. So I kind of heard, but I wanted to talk about this, it's I don't know if it's like a Jewish Jedi mind trick that they play, where the people coming up in the on TV or even on the alternative have some sort of checkered past. It's very similar, just like of all the countries to come out and go against Israel in the courts, it's South Africa with you just played about the killing the white farmers and all that. It's like, it's, I don't know, just it's suspect to me, because I've listened to the rabbis that Adam plays and all the, they foretell, what their plans are. They play both sides of the checkerboard, the black and white chessboard. But I thought that was very interesting, about, you brought up that, some of these guys coming out against this stuff have, so they could be discredited, or like with the South African, a lot of white nationalists, they won't be, they might not like Israel, but they don't like what's going on there. Do you see what I'm saying with the Jedi mind trick stuff going on? So that's about it with that.
Hey,
and I'll wait to Adam.
Yeah, brother B, you're going in and out. I don't know if that's how I'm coming across to the people in the room, but your voice was going in and out. If you want to drop out, maybe drop back in. Probably a good idea.
I'll come back. I'm going grocery shopping.
If Adam finds his way back in here, you can ask him whatever. All right, brother. Thank you, my man. As I said, in preparation for my debate against Brandy Martinez, that low down, dirty vato, who has probably has not had his nuts drop yet because he's not a man, right? He likes to come in here and troll me. You want to hear the type of trolling he does? You're brown and ugly. Ooh! You know, I feel sorry for people like this, right? That have like this kind of like he's like what, like 5 years old? Dude, are you trying to be a serious intellect in the alt media, or are you a fucking twat that's an immature 5-year-old? And why don't you ever come on? Why don't you come to my space anytime? You would be wonderful entertainment for the masses. Shivering, hiding under your desk, little Brandy Martinez that prays every night that he could be white. You'll never be white. Never. It's funny though. I do get a kick out of him, and I would almost pay him to come in here and make a request and come on, and you guys would be what would be wonderful beneficiaries of that. Let's go back to Jeffrey Sachs. So anyway, my point was when I prepared for my debate with this asshole on the Crucible that Andrew moderated. I used a lot of Jeffrey Sachs' stuff because this guy knows what's up. This guy knows what's up. Not only because he's a very learned, intelligent guy, but he was there. Like he's the closest thing to like a Benjamin Friedman we have, because he was there when the Soviet Union collapsed. He helped the Ukrainians. He helped the Poles. Transition from communist to capitalist, and secured loans for them to ease their adjustment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Going to change anything for Ukraine. It's not going to change the results on the battlefield. It's not going to save the country. It doesn't even make sense. What Europe hasn't done and what the United States has not done is to say we need serious negotiations. We should have had them before this war started. We should have allowed them to go forward in March 2022, when actually Ukraine and Russia reached an agreement that the United States then blocked. And
put the kibosh on.
Negotiations are needed till today.
They sent their piss boy Boris Johnson to put the kibosh on it.
What did the EU leadership do to Orban, President Orban, to get him to give in? Because it required unanimity, and he was, I think, the last holdout.
He was. The truth is, I don't know, and nobody reported it. I've not spoken to him or his team. I know him. I really respect the positions he's taken. I don't know what pressure was put on or what the concessions were made, if any, to get him to go along. So I can't answer the question.
Well, I appreciate your candor, Professor. So $12.5 billion a year. What are they going to do with it? The head of the military is about to be fired if the president can pull this off. Very popular guy, General Zaluzhny, whom our military people say is serious military and is respected. But even he has said, I lost 500,000 men. I need another 500,000. They don't have the other 500,000. Is this $13 billion a year going to go into the pocket of corrupt political leaders? Is it going to go to fund the government, or is it going to go to buy military equipment from some source other than the U.S.?
I may be optimistic in a way, but I don't think it's ever going to happen in the sense that I think events are going to move forward faster than this 4-year period. And by optimistic, maybe it's a strange word, but I still believe that there can, and I know that there should be, basic negotiations. The United States says, okay, we were wrong. It was stupid. We knew it. We should not have pushed NATO enlargement. That really is your red line, and it's an understandable one, by the way. Now let's figure out how to end this fighting and this bloodshed, which I think is in Russia's interest as well. So I think before that date, it's of this 4-year period, we're going to see a resolution. We know, by the way, that if Trump is elected, the war really is going to end very, very quickly. We know that if Bobby Kennedy is elected, as you said, the war is going to end quickly. Even Biden and his team might figure out finally, though they've been at this for a decade, literally a decade. It's been the same group, Biden, Sullivan, Blinken, Nuland, though they've been at it for a decade and it's been a disastrous gambit. Maybe they figure out that not only did they make a huge foreign policy blunder, but it's not good election year politics either. So maybe they'll figure out.
All right. So we're supposed to believe that Trump, if Trump's reelected, this war ends, but he couldn't get the troops out of Iraq and Syria. Now, does that kind of square? I'm not busting Professor Sachs's balls here. I'm just, playing devil's advocate.
How to do something smarter.
Before we get to Israel, about which there is much to discuss, you have a fascinating piece out this week arguing that the United States was complicit in the trumped-up charges against Imran Khan, the former cricket star who was the very popular prime minister, forget if it's prime minister or president, popularly elected prime minister leader of the Pakistan government, who since has been sentenced to 14 years on 2 absurd charges, crimes that he couldn't possibly have committed. Did the United States engineer the removal of Prime Minister Khan and his banishment to a Pakistan prison for 14 years? Does the U.S. still do things like that?
It doesn't every other day, it seems. This is the point of my article, is to understand American foreign policy, one should understand the concept of covert regime change. That means that the United States, unlike just about any other government in the world, doesn't think about how to have diplomacy with another government. It thinks about how to replace that other government. And this has been a string of complete disasters stretching back more than 70 years. When the CIA was established in 1947, it was established with 2 different tasks. One was intelligence, in other words, analysis, understanding the world. And the second was covert operations. And basically, the CIA has been a lawless extension of the White House and the Pentagon and the security establishment generally to do what it wants, when it wants. And there have been dozens and dozens, by a realistic count, 80 or more covert regime change operations by the United States. Now, they generally end in disaster. These are coups or overthrows of government or destabilization of countries or other kinds of pressures on militaries of other countries and other means to bring down another government. It's illegal. It is fundamentally contrary to the UN Charter and a principle called non-intervention, which was deal with the other country, but don't intervene in its internal political affairs. Now, in this case of Imran Khan, first, I know him and admire him a lot. He's very smart. He's very decent. He's got high integrity, and he's extremely popular. Not only was he one of the world's greatest cricket stars, but he's an extremely intelligent, capable, down-to-earth leader. And so he is the single most popular politician in Pakistan. Not a surprise. But he did something that is absolutely against the U.S. principle, which is he said, we want to be neutral. Can you imagine? He said, we want to be friends with the United States, but also Russia and China and other countries. Now, to the U.S., it's so weird, but neutral, that's fighting words. how can you be neutral? Either you're with us or you're against us. And when Imran Khan said, I want to be neutral, the U.S. ambassador characterized it as aggressive neutrality. It's almost a joke. But this is the attitude, the arrogance of the United States. Now, this goes back a long time because just about every popular leader that somehow got into the middle of an American geopolitical gambit that declared neutrality suddenly became viewed as an enemy by the United States. And there's a whole litany, a whole history. I've studied this deeply for decades, and I've actually watched it close up. So what happened here was that when the special military operation took place, began on February 24th, 2022, Imran Khan was pressed by the U.S. and Europe condemn Russia. And he said in a rally on March 6th, 2022, popular rally, he said, they're pressing me to choose sides. And we're not going to choose sides. He said, we're not their slave. They can't tell us what to do. We want to be friends with the United States, with China, with Russia. The next day, and we know it because of a leak, the next day, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State called the Pakistani ambassador in Washington and said, this is very, very serious. This could really endanger relations. But if the prime minister were to fall in a vote of confidence, that could actually make things work. And that could make amends. And that message was conveyed by the Pakistani ambassador back to Islamabad, back to Pakistan. And somebody leaked it, according to The Intercept in its investigative reporting. Somebody from the Pakistani military leaked it to the investigative reporter of The Intercept. And somebody clearly leaked it to Imran Khan as well, because Imran Khan later on said, you know who brought me down? It was the United States who brought me down. And he said, I have the document. And he waved the document. And then waving it, he was charged with espionage.
Oh, for revealing a secret document.
Exactly. And so they didn't say that's a phony document. They said, oh, that's espionage. The document that explains how the U.S. brought him down. And on that basis, he's sentenced to 10 years in prison this week. And the United States State Department says, oh, we respect the courts of Pakistan. About a document that the Pakistanis obviously think is legitimate, describing how the Pakistani ambassador was pressured to convey the message to overthrow the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
So Pakistan is a vassal state of the CIA.
Well, we know that the military, we know that politicians there are absolutely, groups of them are beholden to the U.S. Obviously not everyone, because the most popular politician and the largest party is not. But they are being outlawed, basically. And they're being outlawed with the connivance and then the public acceptance by the United States. This is American foreign policy. People should understand this. The idea is that the U.S. wants to decide who governs any other country if that country is challenging the U.S. And to tie it back together with Ukraine, the United States actively participated in the overthrow of the neutral president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, in February 2014.
Fact.
Not only did they participate in the overthrow, they chose the next prime minister. And your listeners can go Google Victoria Nuland, Jeffrey Piot, P-Y-A-T-T. He was then the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. They had a phone call in late January 2013, and they discussed who would be the next government 4 weeks or so before the actual coup took place. And the Russians intercepted it and made it public, and anyone can listen to it right now. And this goes on. Did our government ever explain it? Did the American people ever hear that we destabilized Ukraine through a covert regime change operation and through our policy of NATO enlargement? No. So this is what foreign policy is all about, unfortunately.
This is an awesome, detailed, deep, value-laden, but succinct lecture on American history, which is much appreciated by the viewers and by me.
But Judge, if I could just say very quickly, this goes back to 1947.
Right.
And people need to understand, when Putin says NATO is not a peaceful organization, what he's referring to is the regime change operations that topple governments all over the world. And it happens with impunity, and it happens with deniability. And when I tried to publish a piece like this in the New York Times describing this, I was told, no, it's you can't publish that. You know, we don't know it's true. It may not be true. It's a game. But it's an absolutely dangerous game, and it's almost unique to the United States. I wouldn't say completely that the U.S. is the only country, but the vast preponderance of internal interference in the politics of other countries, up to and including coups, assassinations, deliberate destabilizations, overthrows, and pressure like on Pakistan to bring down in a vote of no confidence a popular politician. That is a U.S. specialty, and it needs to stop for our security. For our security. This doesn't make America safer. This is destabilizing the world. And that's really the point I want to make, which is this isn't good for us and bad for them. This is bad for us.
Wow. We must get to Israel. It was a brilliant lecture he just gave us, transitioning. Has the behavior of the Netanyahu government, has the killing, destruction, and slaughter of the IDF in Gaza abated at all since the International Court of Justice says there's plausible evidence of genocide and there's plausible evidence that you guys have to stop?
In the ICJ, International Court of Justice finding, there were two elements to it. One is the
listen up
of intentionality, and the second is the events on the ground. So let's consider each of these. With regard to the statements of intentionality, I would say the ICJ ruling meant nothing to the Israeli leaders. Not only did they denigrate the ICJ ruling, but there was a shocking rally of right-wingers in Tel Aviv, including several ministers of the government, calling for the Jewish settlement of Gaza, and in horrible language of the kind that was cited by the ICJ as demonstrating genocidal intent.
All right, I'm going to stop you for just a second, just to let you rest your voice for a minute, because we have the statements by Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. They're not very long. They're about 30 seconds each. It's in Hebrew, but there are translations. One of them mentions Netanyahu by name, who wasn't there, but both are appreciated by the crowd, which seems to be as extremist as the speakers.
Mr. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm addressing you from this stage. It's a shame to wait another 19 years to understand that Gush Katif and northern Samaria must be returned. The responsibility of brave leadership is to make courageous decisions.
We are settling our land from width to length, controlling it and fighting terror always, and bringing with God's help security to all of Israel. You know what the answer is. Without settlement, there is no security.
You know what they're talking about, what they're driving at, what they're encouraging Prime Minister Netanyahu to pursue.
All of this is being carefully noted, recorded, annotated, and will go to the International Court of Justice in 30 days, basically. So Israel is just digging the hole deeper into what looks more and more like a finding of genocide when the court finalizes this report. These politicians are living in an internal bubble with their zealot followers and their own rhetoric, and they don't.
They think they're back in the time of Abraham or the Bronze Age or the Maccabeans and the Palestinians aren't the Seleucids because they're not. That would be a role reversal, but no self-awareness. They have no fucking, they don't give a shit, right? Mask off, full bore Jewish supremacy, dehumanizing of the Palestinian people, calling them animals, subhumans, terrorists, beasts, etc., etc., etc. Just, more and more of the same.
Understand that the whole world now is watching because the International Court of Justice made a clear ruling to stop this kind of behavior, and that there would be a report in 30 days by Israel, and that report would then be commented on, and I'm sure expanded upon by the plaintiff in this case, the government of South Africa. So what is happening is being watched meticulously right now. They're fools to be doing this. And they're just setting a large and vivid record of genocidal statements.
All right, the other point you wanted to make besides intent was behavior.
Well, the behavior is that the shelling and deaths continue, and the Defense Minister Gallant just said we're going to drive all the way to the south of Gaza. One will recall that the Israeli Defense Forces told the people of Gaza, go to the south to get out of the way of our bombing. They then proceeded to bomb quickly, and thousands and thousands died under the rubble. But they said, go to the south. Now the defense minister says, we're going all the way to the south to finish our war. So I think there is no limit on the action either. And so what Israel is doing these days, it thinks we act with impunity. The United States backs us. What difference can it possibly make? I think it's a very not only cynical, cruel, and destructive set of choices, but also a grave mistake because everything is being carefully monitored and recorded, and it will have its legal impact.
Have you ever heard of state actors dressing in healthcare garb and invading a hospital and murdering 3 young men who were injured in their hospital beds? The country that sent them claims it's conforming to international legal standards.
We're seeing scenes that are so shocking and all recorded and annotated, and I get long Excel spreadsheets of event after event with the citations, with the links and so forth, because there are various human rights groups watching all of this. There are scenes of murder in cold blood that we're seeing each day. There are scenes of mass demolition of universities, of schools, of apartment buildings, with the gloating of the Israeli Defense Forces in front of the camera as those demolitions.
Killing kids is going to end the Zionist state. That's what I believe. That's what I've been saying for months. That's what I continue to believe. And if it doesn't, shame on us. Shame on the world. Right?
Take place, and then this horrible scene of these murderers coming into the hospital this way. It's just so disgusting.
Is there anything that can, besides Joe Biden, we know he could stop it with a phone call. It doesn't look like he's going to do so, even as his political support erodes here. But is there any power that is likely to stop this? Do you foresee Arab animosity in the Middle East rising to such a point that leadership is forced to do something to stop Netanyahu and company in their tracks?
No, I doubt it. I don't think anybody wants a regional war because the devastation of that would just be a huge multiple of what's happening right now. But I would also not discount the fact that the isolation of the United States, the loss of support for Biden inside the United States, the clarity of the Arab and Islamic leaders in every day at the UN demanding a ceasefire, the International Court of Justice ruling, while it's not saving lives as we speak and this hour, I still believe that it, in its cumulative effect, will force an end to these massacres that are shocking and extraordinarily self-destructive of Israel, and of course, utterly destructive of Palestine.
Professor Sachs, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job, Professor Sachs. All right, one last point from these guys. We'll go to Ritter, and then we'll either take a break or take some calls, or I might just do this in two spaces instead of just doing it in one, and then go to what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about how Pedogate is real, right? And it's not satanic panic. I want to get back to that stuff because that's the ultimate, not the ultimate, but that's a clear illustration of the evil world that we exist in, right? Preying on the most vulnerable demographic in our societies.
Hey, Al.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what you said is a great point about, how these Torah practicing Abrahamists, they still live in the past. I mean, they exist in like the year still like 5,000 years ago. They're like the epitome of arrested development.
Right. Yeah, it's true, man. It's true.
It's amazing. It's incredible that it can exist parallel to like the rest of the world.
Well, it doesn't. They don't show it, right? Like we don't see these Likudniks. They don't cover it for a reason in the West. They obscure it. They hide it because they know that you can't reconcile this shit. We know that they're disgusting supremacist scum. We know that. And they're going to use all their resources and all their power to suppress that information from coming to the light, to the fore.
Yeah.
They understand how problematic this is.
Yeah, and if regular people just had some idea, but it's like you say, they shroud it in like mystery, and also, especially to like how I know my people here in Norway, people don't really care much either to find out. They think that, oh, these guys are, just practicing this weird stuff.
Right. Oh, yeah. Guys, if you guys want to make a donation and keep these spaces going Monday through Friday, I'm going to drop a link right now. I always forget to do it, and then I wind up doing it afterwards sometimes, but Yeah, it's important to get this thing off the ground, and at the end of at the conclusion of this week will be 1 month straight. So I'm putting it out there, guys. I'm giving it everything I got. I need your support, though. Let's go back to this stuff here, the important shit that's going on right now.
It's Monday, February 6, 2000 time. Andrew analysis. I'd like to start with Ukraine. What is your take on this almost musical chairs, but somewhat instability at the head of the military in Ukraine? President Zelensky says he's going to fire General Zaluzhny. Zaluzhny is still there. The troops want him to stay. Zelensky announces who his replacement is going to be. The replacement is a tool of MI6 and probably the U.S. State Department. How do you read this? Are these signs of the end game in the Ukraine government?
Well, first of all, it's a sign of crisis within Ukraine, and the crisis is twofold. One is the crisis of reality. The fact is, Ukraine is losing this war and losing this war badly. You and I have been speaking for some time now about what I've called the impending collapse. Well, the collapse is occurring as we speak on the battlefield. The Ukrainians are virtually defenseless in the face of Russia's military. They don't have artillery. Ukraine, for all of its faults, and I've always spoken highly of the professionalism of certain Ukrainian units, and their long-range artillery was very good at keeping the Russians at bay. Russia was unable to mass their artillery because of the accuracy and the lethality of Ukrainian artillery strikes. But now that the Ukrainians have run out of ammunition, Russia is able to mass artillery and once again just literally devastate Ukraine. Their long-range artillery and once again just literally devastate Ukrainian military positions before sending in their infantry to occupy it. And then the Ukrainians are unable to launch an effective counterattack. So, Russia will take territory, not get pushed out of it, then take more territory. So every day we're seeing is the incremental advances across the front by Russia, and there's nothing the Ukrainians have in response. And so we're looking at a military collapse, which is engendering political crisis inside Ukraine. And the crisis is of a civil military nature. Look, any American who studies history, you know about the struggles between General McClellan and Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, where McClellan thought that he could do it better than Lincoln. But at the end of the day, when Lincoln relieved McClellan stepped aside without question. We know about Douglas MacArthur and Harry Truman, and how MacArthur was convinced that he knew best. Truman did not. But when Truman summoned MacArthur and fired him, MacArthur stepped aside, because that's the way it works in democracies. Ukraine is not a democracy. Ukraine is a dysfunctional, oligarchy, kleptocracy, but it's not a democracy. And what we have here is a situation where...
Thank you, Andrew, for that donation. Appreciate you, brother.
General Zaluzhny, the commanding general of the Ukrainian armed forces, believes he can do it better than Zelensky. He hasn't. Zelensky said, well, wait a minute, we've got Bakhmut. You chewed up a whole bunch of our guys there. We got the failed counteroffensive, and we got the ongoing disaster at Avdiivka. And Zelensky saying, it's not my fault, man. You wouldn't let me fight the war the way I wanted to. If you let me do it my way, we could have won. We could have gone on the defensive, wore the Russians out, flipped the script on them. But Zelensky's also positioned himself politically, like McClellan did during the Civil War, saying, I can do a better job of running this country. And so Zelensky did what any rational political leader would do at that point in time, eliminate this man who has forgotten what his role is. But Zelensky didn't go away. Zelensky called him in and said, I want you to resign. And Zelensky said, no. And therein lies the problem, because once you get a general standing up to the ultimate civilian authority and saying, no, you have a crisis. This is why Victoria Nuland flew into Kiev, because she needs to go in and negotiate the outcome, let everybody know who's in charge. And here's the third aspect of this crisis. There's no Ukrainian democracy. Ukraine is simply a functionary of the United States, doing that which the United States tells it to do. And even though the United States is unable or unwilling to cough up the additional $64 billion that Ukraine desperately needs to survive, the Ukraine can't declare its independence from the United States politically or militarily or economically. And so they do Victoria Nuland's bidding. But what we're seeing right here is the political version of the collapse that's taking place on the battlefield. This is the end of Ukraine. We're watching Ukraine implode from within.
Do you think that Victoria Nuland was there to put her blessing on, I forget his name, you know his name, the general that's the head of the Intel, whom Zelensky wants to replace Zaluzhny?
Yeah, I think Budanov is the guy's name. And, you know, it's not her blessing. I think she's not blessing anything. She's dictating. I think she went in there and sat them down and she dictated the outcome. She said, this is what will be. And so they accepted it. You know, because it's not just about getting, you know, Zelensky and Budanov together on the same sheet of music. It's getting Zaluzhny to accept this outcome without causing a civil war. Remember, when Zaluzhny refused to step down, he was backed by the totality of the Ukrainian armed forces.
Right.
They basically said, yeah, we back Zaluzhny. That's the beginning of a civil war. I mean, that's the beginning of the end. That's what precipitates a coup d'etat. So Nuland flew in there to stop a coup, to remind Zaluzhny that if he tried this coup, it would be all over. America would never back him, that he needs to step aside, and then to, you know, for her to sit there and play kingmaker and say, this is who's going to be, this is going to be. Because it's not just in the military. The shakeup is systemic in nature. It's every aspect of the government, civilian and military, is going to collapse because the current government doesn't have a solution to the problem. And Zelensky desperately needs to come up with people that will do his bidding. He's lost the confidence of the Ukrainian military, and he's lost the confidence of the majority of the Ukrainian political establishment. So he needs to recreate a government that will, you know, at least adhere to, you know, his instructions as dictated to him by the United States. This is the ultimate form of American control. We've come in and we're basically eliminating any notion of Zelensky as an independent political actor. What this does is prove that he is little more than a modern-day Pinocchio with a bunch of strings attached, and his puppet masters are telling him what to do.
Is Budanov a Nazi or a nationalist or one of those hard right groups?
He's a terrorist, is what he is.
Ukrainian military.
Well, he's a nationalist. Whether he's a right sector Nazi, I don't know. He's a man who's committed war crimes. He's the man behind the assassination of Daria Budina Tatarsky. He's the man who's trying to kill me. So Budanov, yeah, I know who you are. But I will also say this: as much as I despise the man, I had a very interesting conversation with a Chechen general who commanded the Chechen forces in Mariupol, and he spoke highly of Budanov as a leader, as a commander, as an opponent. And so whether or not I like the guy or like his politics, it doesn't matter. Budanov is a very effective leader, and I think if he were able to take control and have the army listen to him, you know, he could solidify. But at the end of the day, Judge, Ukraine is building a sandcastle. Right now, the tide is out. And like the little kids going forward, they're building the most elaborate sandcastle. Budanov can come in and put a spire here and flag it. The tide is going to come in, and there is no way to convert what they're building into anything other than a sandcastle, and it's going to disappear under the Russian tide.
How bitterly ironic that the grand mistress of Ukraine coups flew there last week to try and prevent a coup from happening. As we speak, earlier today, Ukrainian parliament was considering a draft. Who are they going to draft? They don't have the human beings if they're going to consider males within draft-worthy age.
Well, one of the things they're trying to do is gain access to the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian men who have fled the country, and to create a foundation of law that gives them the ability to go out and ask nations to allow them to bring these people back, to make it compulsory, to threaten people with the loss of privileges, of rights, the ability to have employment if they don't come back. So I think that's the basis. But the other thing is to open up the categories that previously, were closed. Children of the
right, the high schools, right?
16.
Yeah, sophomores, juniors, seniors.
I try. I'm a father of two daughters, and I believe that they have I don't believe in glass ceilings. I believe that women should be allowed to do whatever they're capable of doing, and if they, to compete with men, and if they're better than men, to get the jobs. But war is a separate category, and combat is very physical, and very few women have what it takes physically to function and survive on the modern battlefield. And today, you see Ukraine forming entire women units, sending them off to battle, and they're going to die. I mean, that's the reality of these women will not survive. They're not in rear area support. They're going to be frontline soldiers, and they're going to be slaughtered. And if I were a Ukrainian male hiding in Germany or Poland, I would be forever shamed by the fact that I'm hiding while the women I'm supposed to be protecting are fighting and dying. Ukraine is falling apart as a society. When you have women doing the fighting for the men, there's something wrong.
Switching to the Middle East, what kind of power struggles do you sense are going on within or among Israel's neighbors, Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, as a result of the slaughter in Gaza?
Well, understand that prior to October 7th, the Middle East had reached a state of relative equilibrium. And what I mean by that is that nobody was talking about a Palestinian state, not viably. That issue was laid to rest. That's one of the reasons why Hamas did what it did on October 7th, is to put that issue back on the table. Israel was, preparing to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia. Turkey was making various compromises to create the kind of geopolitical stability necessary for them to position themselves to become a regional and global energy hub, to get gas lines through there, to work with Russia, so that Turkey became a price setter for energy for Europe. Everybody was looking towards stability. Benjamin Netanyahu was out showing charts about how cargo was going to flow from India through Dubai, through Saudi Arabia, through Jordan, into Israel, and on to Europe. And Biden was doing the same thing. Now, what Hamas has done is upset that entire apple cart. It's not just Hamas, but the axis of resistance: Iran and its regional allies, Hezbollah, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, countries that have largely been ignored by this other power structure that we talked about. Hamas has basically said, we count, we're standing up to be counted, and Israel was unable to put them down. Remember, Netanyahu said, we will destroy Hamas. Politically, they will not exist as an institution, and militarily, they'll never be able to repeat what happened on October 7th. What we see now is the Israelis acknowledge they can't defeat Hamas militarily. Only 20% of the tunnels have been accounted for. That means if you say 20%, that means the implication is what 100% is, but the Israelis say we don't know what 100% is, which means they have no clue what they've done. What we do know is that Hamas continues to resist and is killing Israeli soldiers in large numbers, compelling Israel to withdraw. Israel lost the military fight. Hamas still exists as a military force capable of doing an October 7th type activity. And politically, Hamas politically is stronger than they've ever been. If there was an election today, Hamas would win amongst the Palestinian people. And so this is the reality that the world is trying to grasp. Look at the Biden administration. According to Thomas Friedman, New York Times, he says they've come up with a new Biden doctrine. But what the Biden doctrine does is to try to get back to the status quo that existed before October 7th, ignoring this new reality, saying that we have to keep Iran down. No one's going to keep Iran down now. Iran is up. The axis of resistance is up. Hezbollah is elevated. Hamas is elevated. The Houthi are elevated. The militias in Iraq and Syria are standing up to the United States and winning. We've launched this big bombing attack to deter them. There is no deterrence. They're not afraid of us anymore. They continue to attack, and this is the reality. So the Middle East has changed fundamentally, and all of these nations that were profiting off of the old system are now struggling to define a new system. And you see how weak they are in terms of their imagination. Instead of recognizing the reality and trying to build on this reality and move forward in a way that brings about stability, they're desperately trying to go back to what was. That's not going to work. You're not going to make Hamas go away. The idea of a two-state solution, which is the United States promoting, where you demilitarize the Palestinians, that means you're asking Hamas to give up that which allowed Hamas to survive, their military capability, and also which depoliticizes Hamas, eliminates them from the table. It's unrealistic to begin with. This there is no plan right now in place to resolve the many issues that face the Middle East today.
Here's the Russian ambassador to the UN, highly critical of United States bombing in the Middle East. Number 12, Chris.
We heard, against the backdrop of an escalation of violence in the Palestinian and Israel conflict zone with an unprecedented number of casualties, in support of which Washington is playing far from a secondary role. On the night from the 2nd to the 3rd of February, the US, using 4 tactical bombers of the US Air Force, F-16s, and 2 supersonic strategic bombers, B-1B Lancers, carried out by order of President Joe Biden no less than 85 so-called retaliation strikes on the territory of sovereign Iraq and Syria. The mass airstrikes of American air forces, as a result of which civilians and soldiers died, caused the destruction and damage of tens of facilities. And this demonstrates once again to the entire world the aggressive nature of US policy in the Middle East and the full disregard of Washington for norms of international law.
Boom! Surprised, that the Russian ambassador had at his fingertips the technical details of what was done, the number of strikes and the military equipment used, and B, would take to the Security Council to call out the U.S. the way he did. Does Russia have a dog, suddenly have a dog in this fight?
Well, I mean, Russia, first of all, Russia is taking advantage of a situation where it doesn't have to do anything other than what it should be doing, which is standing up for the United Nations Charter, standing up for international law. The United States is making it easy for Russia to look like the good guy, to look like, the rational player. I mean, Russia has been a rational player for some time now, but, at least make Russia earn it. Right now, it's just a freebie. Russia, all they have to do is state the facts, straightforward recitation of what happened, and it's clear that the United States is in violation of the law. Look, Russia has an interest in regional stability. Russia is not out to engender more instability in the region. So Russia wants peace to break out throughout the Middle East. Believe it or not, Russia doesn't like it that the United States is creating a situation that further delegitimizes America, because Russia's not about the collapse of America. Russia's about getting America to learn to work together as part of a multilateral approach to solving global problems. Russia recognizes that America is a very big nation, a very powerful nation, a very influential nation, and Russia would like to work with America on the global stage to bring about stability, because Russia needs America to accomplish that. A world without America is a world that will not function properly. But Russia's not going to, cave to America. Russia knows what it stands for. It knows what its allies stand for. And so it's going to stand for the right thing, the rule of law, not the rules-based international order. And this is what Russia's doing. But Russia's not trying to position itself for some sort of zero-sum game victory where an American defeat is a Russian victory. Here, an American loss is a loss for all of humanity, and that's what the Russian ambassador is saying.
Why is the United States, I assume it's considering, listening to Lindsey Graham, although it turns my stomach as it does yours, even considering bombing Iran?
It's ideological in nature. Lindsey Graham understands that, in the big picture. Let me answer it this way. They talked about another one of my favorite senators, Senator Marco Rubio. When he talked about Brazil, back when Brazil was talking about joining BRICS and going through de-dollarization, he said, we can't let them join BRICS and de-dollarize. If they walk away from the dollar, if they walk away from the SWIFT, then our sanctions will never work. We won't be able to force them to do what we want to do through sanctions. Now you understand why Brazil was doing what it was doing. Lindsey Graham understands how the world works, and he understands the rule-based international order that the United States has created, and he understands that the threat to this rules-based order that Iran represents. If Iran gets to do what it wants to do, A, it's going to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia, which eliminates the possibility of large-scale conflict in the Middle East between those two powers. B, it's going to work with the axis of resistance to bring about changes within the other nations, Egypt, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, and others, to get them to gravitate away from the policies driven by the United States towards policies, multilateral policies, the kind of policies that China and Russia are promoting that brings about peace and stability. And this will further weaken the United States. Lindsey Graham understands the desperate situation that we face and knows that the only way that we can prevent this slide is to directly attack Iran. And so that's what he's promoting. But it's unrealistic because Lindsey Graham, unfortunately for him, the Pentagon doesn't agree. The Pentagon knows that if we attack Iran, we initiate an escalation of violence that we can't sustain. This dates back to the time of Donald Trump when he wanted to retaliate after the Global Hawk was shot down, the drone. He wanted to bomb Iran. The Pentagon told him, you can, here's the targets, but if you do this, it begins a cycle of violence that will lead to general war. And Mr. President, we're not ready for that. It will take us months, maybe years, to muster the force necessary to confront Iran in a meaningful fashion. Meanwhile, they will destroy everything we have in the region. And even once we get our forces there, there's no guarantee that we're going to win. Meaning, we may lose this thing, so why do we want to start this? It stopped Donald Trump from bombing Iran, and I believe that it's preventing Joe Biden from escalating to conflict too. Lindsey Graham is irrelevant. Like I said, he's just a perfume princess that sits around and lets his mouth run, but nobody pays attention to him anymore.
I've heard a lot of criticism of Senator Graham, but never that one. God bless you. What happens if we do attack Iran? What happens if the crazy neocons prevail on Joe Biden? Does Iran attack Israel?
I will say this, that the Iranians are very realistic, and they have been struggling very hard over the past decades to dig themselves out of this sanctions-based economic hole that the United States has put them in. And they have won. They've normalized relations with Saudi Arabia. Both Saudi Arabia and Iran are members of BRICS. Iran is a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Its economy is drifting eastwards towards the Eurasian Economic Union, and things are looking good for Iran. So the last thing Iran wants to do is throw this away in a war that can't be avoided. So I'm not going to sit here and say that any American action against Iran would automatically trigger a massive Iranian response, because the Iranians are in the escalation management business too. What I will say is that they're not going to take it lying down, so that if we strike Iran, they're going to make us pay in a meaningful way. They're going to take out an air base. They're going to take out a naval base. And then they'll wait to see what we do. And again, we get into the escalation ladder. We bomb up, they bomb up, and they're going to win that one. But they don't want to go straight to war, because that undoes everything. While Iran can hold its own, Iran can do damage to the United States. Understand, we can do damage to Iran too. And Iran does not want to initiate something where American cruise missiles in the hundreds are taking out economic targets, destroying the economy that Iran has so, painstakingly built over the course of the last decade. So I think the Iranians are playing a very responsible game. They withdrew a lot of their resources. The United States gave them 5 days. And so Iran pulled a lot of resources back into Iran so that the United States could bomb without killing large numbers of Iranians. But yeah, can't say they weren't warned. Yeah, well, that's a good quote. But, they're still striking us. I mean, the bottom line is, you can call them terrorists. Some people call them freedom fighters.
Right.
They're not. I'll tell you this: all the militias that are operating in Iraq operate legally. All the militias that operate in Syria are there legally. Every American that's on Syrian soil is there illegally.
Illegally. Even Americans in Iraq are there illegally now, because the government has ordered us to leave and we refuse to do so. It's interesting. Terrorists and freedom fighters. To George III, George Washington was a terrorist. Depends on where you stand. Obviously, at the moment, you're making the characterization. What is Joe Biden gaining? What is the United States gaining by these pinprick assaults on warehouses and storage sheds?
Nothing, because the whole purpose of this is deterrence. The whole purpose of this is to create the notion that if you strike American targets, you will pay a price. But the point is, they're not paying a price sufficient to deter. And for America, I mean, what the what our potential foes and our actual foes have learned is that we have a very low threshold for pain. So, when the boys and girls start coming home in body bags in sufficient numbers, we lose the will to continue a fight, especially when the fight is not of an existential nature. There's literally nothing going on in Syria worth the life of a single American, let alone the lives of hundreds or thousands of Syrians there. There's nothing going on in Iraq worth the life of a single American. And yet we're there because it's legacy. We're there. We're trapped by past policy, and we're trapped by people like Lindsey Graham who can't admit that we did wrong and therefore retreat because retreating is a sign of weakness. No, getting out of an unsustainable situation is a sign of strength. I'd love to have strong American leaders who are confident enough in their leadership to look the American people in the eye and say, there's no reasons for us to be in Syria, and I want the boys and girls that are there to come home to their families, so I'm withdrawing. And it's not weakness from withdrawing, it's strength. It says we don't do things that are bad, things that are wrong. But we have weak leaders who are afraid to say they've done something wrong, so they're going to bomb more targets, inviting more attacks. And the sad thing is, we're going to lose more Americans in the end, trying to deter these forces from what they did, killing 3 Americans, than we would if we just said, hey, those 3 Americans lost their lives because this is an unsustainable situation. We need to withdraw.
Scott, we have 57,000 troops in the Middle East. Not a single one of them should be there. Does the U.S. government, does the United States military ever intentionally put troops into harm's way in order to use them as bait, sort of a reverse false flag, so that, like John Kirby says, well, we don't need an authorization for use of military force. We're defending ourselves. Defending ourselves, we shouldn't be there. But my point is, do they do this intentionally?
The answer is yes. They're tripwire. But we've done this for us. Look, our forces in Korea are a tripwire. Our forces in Europe are tripwire. We deploy forces that are insufficient in their organization, their size, their capabilities to achieve a meaningful result. But they're there so that if the enemy attacks them, they have to do so with sufficient force to deal with the localized defense capabilities. And most people will say, well, it's not worth it. We don't want to get into a stand-up fight with America. But in the Middle East, for instance, what we have going on in Syria is 100% a tripwire. We're daring the Syrian government to attack us. They don't, but they use proxy militias, and now 3 Americans are with the localized defense capabilities. And most people will say, well, it's not worth it. We don't want to get into a stand-up fight with America. But in the Middle East, for instance, what we have going on in Syria is 100% a tripwire. We're daring the Syrian government to attack us. They don't, but they use proxy militias, and now 3 Americans are dead. But our response is not sufficient to deter that. So we've literally set Americans up to die in the Middle East. That's the reality.
Is bombing diplomacy? Is bombing part of diplomacy?
I think having a military deterrent is an effective tool, but the whole concept of military deterrent is that you're deterring irresponsible behavior by promising an outcome that'll be more painful to the perpetrator than any gain they might get from doing what they want to do. So it's always useful to have a military option in the back. But no, diplomacy is the art of negotiation, the art of talking. We could accomplish so much more in the Middle East if we would actually sit down and talk to people, listen to them, and use policies. We spent $500 million bombing those 85 targets. The vast majority of those 85 targets were empty, and we knew they were empty. This was purely, a sound and light show that we put on. $500 million. If we took that $500 million, if we took half of that $500 million and gave it to the State Department so that they could have sufficient diplomatic representation, if we went in with aid packages, if we went in with targeted assistance, not military assistance, but economics assistance, agricultural assistance, development assistance, do what the Chinese do through the Belts and Roads Initiative, infrastructure development. If we did that sort of thing, we would have a completely different world, a world that liked us, that was beholden to us, that would do our bidding, as opposed to the world that we have today, which if anybody does what we want to do, it's only because we put a loaded pistol to their head and are threatening to blow their brains out. That's not friendship.
Has the slaughter in Gaza let up at all?
The intensity of the violence has let up simply because the Israelis are running out of places to bomb. But the horror hasn't. I mean, actually, what's happening right now is far more horrible because people are starving to death. People are dying of diseases. And there's civilians right now that are in just absolute state of destitution. And look, Judge, I don't know if people listen to it. The the recordings of the family was trapped in their car. The parents had been killed by Israeli gunfire. The Israelis knew they were civilians. The 15-year-old girl was on the phone begging for her life as the Israelis come in and execute her. The 6-year-old girl remained in the car and was phoning in saying that everybody's dead around her and she's starving to death. And the world is trying to get the Israelis to let paramedics come and rescue them, but the Israelis won't. This is what's happening over and over again. These acts of absolute inhumanity by the Israelis who treat the Gazans as animals, straight up animals. And while the scope and scale of the violence maybe has dropped a little bit, the level of inhumanity has grown.
And in the meantime, an IDF officer since identified took videos of himself torturing a mainly naked Palestinian. The State Department claimed it knew nothing about it. I wonder if this kind of stuff will appeal to the sensibilities of the Israeli people and drive Netanyahu from office.
You know, Judge, there was a time when the United States tortured people after 9/11, a huge program of torture. The CIA was running it. And the American people are aware of what happened, and there's been no repercussion for that. And I consider most Americans to be moral people, just people, but we've never held to account the people who tortured people in our name. I don't think the Israelis are going to hold to account these horrible officers who are committing torture in their name.
I am sadly familiar with the American torture. The only person that went to jail is John Kiriakako, a CIA agent who revealed the torture.
Yeah, that's the crime. To reveal the crime.
To reveal it. Not to perpetrate it, but to reveal it. Welcome. That was George Bush's America. Scott, thank you for.
All right. say what you will about these guys, you know, whatever personal character deficiencies aside, in their backgrounds, whatever. You know, the content is true, it's righteous, and Americans need to hear this. We need introspection. We talk about this all the time. What are the two ingredients that any democracy, any functioning, right, non-dysfunctional democracy needs to have? Accountability and transparency. We have the most secretive government we've ever had and the least accountable. And it keeps getting worse every year. So you want to feel good and lie to yourself and self-delude yourself into believing that we live in a functioning Jeffersonian democracy. You want to believe that? Go ahead. Delude yourself. Anybody have anything to say? I'm gonna wind this one down, and then I might do another space later on the pedophilia, right? The pedo rings and the predation upon our children. It's one of these downer, just fucking gut punch, knocks the wind out of you. You know, the wind out of your sails when you talk about this stuff because it's so horrific. And that's what we exist in. War, pedophilia, organ harvesting, white slavery, sexual fucking slavery. It's an ugly world, man. And some of us are trying to do something about it. Some of us are trying to do something about it. Aryan. Hello. Go ahead, Aryan.
Yeah, can you hear me, Al?
Yeah.
All right, I had to drop out, glitching again. So I would definitely do what you said, get in touch with X and those people, and because it is a service you're paying for, so it shouldn't be like this.
Were you able to follow the stream, the space while we were doing it?
Yeah, so most of that came through, and it was interesting. You know, Ritter made a point about That was on the topic of the Russian thing and the Ukraine thing, which I think is interesting with the Tucker Carlson interview, because everybody's losing their fucking mind in Norway right now, and everywhere else in the EU. And
yeah.
I don't know if you saw it.
Here in America, they're all calling him a useful idiot, blah, blah, blah. He's a traitor. You are simps if you don't want to hear. Dan Rather got an interview with Saddam Hussein, Brokaw, right?
Yeah.
They did an interview with Bashar Assad.
Yeah.
Why can't we hear from Putin?
Right. And
because he might make too much sense.
Yeah. You know, it's like George Carlin said back in the day, where like the bullshit is the glue that holds the whole house of cards together. And if you introduce truth into this, it all falls apart. It's like a solvent that just, so everybody's terrified.
Dude, every time they've done an interview, whether it's Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Bashar Assad, Hugo Chavez,
yeah,
every time I'm like, wow, I wish this guy was representing me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they actually tell the truth. Wow, they're being pretty honest. You're struck by how honest these guys come across. And, you know, in terms of our leadership, they're nothing but lying sacks of shit.
Yeah, and they've laid the propaganda on so thick now here in the EU and in our countries in Scandinavia. It just they can't deal with it. Any truth to any level just it functions as a solvent to their bullshit, and everything falls apart. So
can you give us a chorus of Tastes Like Matzah, Aryan?
Tastes Like Matzah?
Yeah.
I could do my I could try my Israeli. Well, hello, my friend. I have some hummus for you, maybe some matzah, my friend. Is that okay?
Yeah. I maybe Liam can you know, serenade us with a chorus, but I'm going to be rapping. I'm going to be winding it down.
Yeah,
and then we'll go to let's see, 5 hours plus right now. What is it? What did I start at 10? So 4 hours and 33 minutes. I don't even remember. But anyway, we're going to keep this thing going. I appreciate you. You want to be known as Orjan or Orjan?
No, both is fine, man. Like I said, when I grew up in Spain, they called me so many things, and I'm so used to it. It's
just don't call you late for dinner, right?
Yeah, but Orjan is fine. Orjan is fine. It's all fine. It's all of those things are pretty close to my name. I mean, in Spain they called me Jorge, which isn't even close at all.
But that's George.
George, but my name Aryan, the equivalent in English is George.
Oh, okay. That's why they called you Jorge. So did you watch that what is it? Midsummer? Did you see that movie, Midsummer?
Yeah. The what's the Jewish fella? Ari something, the director.
Oh, I don't know, but it was about that Swedish cult.
Yeah, they make us look like absolute assholes, like crazy fucking retarded assholes.
Yeah, well, it made you look like, you know, kind of psychotic, right? Like,
yeah,
you're killing elderly people just because they turned 70. You know,
that's how we celebrate the solstice.
Hey, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down there for more AM Joy and the rest of MSNBC. And click on any of the videos right here to watch the latest interviews and highlights. And you can get more videos from MSNBC for free every day with our newsletter. Just visit